Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite you to a special part of our council endeavors here in our chamber. We try to recognize special individuals, special events, and special occasions that need to be called to everybody's attention, and we usually do that in the form of a proclamation. The mayor has to word up, put together one, and we have one tonight, and it is the Arbor Day proclamation. And as we get ready to go, I'll ask the city's director of arbiter and activities for our city step up. And I'd like to present this proclamation. Do you have anyone else from your staff that is here that would be a part of this? Let me read to you a proclamation, and then he will take it from there. And we have a number of young people in the audience tonight, and I think it's really wonderful. We start the love of trees when you're early, and I think it's something that you'll always carry with you the rest of your life. And I think all of us, there's a lot of things we know that we like, but we always stop and look at a big, beautiful tree, and that's something that makes it very special. And we've got a couple of those in Pearland because we didn't cut down our trees, which we have a rule against that. But let me read this into the record to you. It's proclamation, Office of the Mayor, City of Pearland. Whereas in 1872, Mr. J. Pershing Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Directors of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and actually throughout the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by both wind and water, lower our heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife and people. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products, and can increase the property values of our homes and areas that we have in our possession, enhance economic vitality of business, and beautify our community, and are a source of joy and spiritual reward, which it certainly is. Now, therefore, our time read by the power vested me as the mayor of this fine city of Pearland, Texas, do have proclaimed today, December the 17th, 2018, as Arbor Day in Pearland. And I ask all citizens, both near and far, to join with me to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And I urge citizens to plant and care for trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and for future generations. It's a great deal of pride that I gave us under my hand seal of office the 17th day of December 2018, signed it as your Mayor, Tom Reed. And I'd like to present this to you when, if you'll turn around, I think we get our picture taken. Do a little quick photo op here. Let me present this to you.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. Thank you. Okay. So as a lot of you are aware, we had an Arbor Day poster contest that we were running just to celebrate today, Arbor Day. The City of Pearland Community Development Department, along with the Urban Forestry Program, hosted its first annual Arbor Day poster contest. This was an opportunity for students from all 5 school districts within the city limits to show off their artistic talents while bringing awareness to important roles that trees play in the environment, the economy, and in our quality of life. This year's contest theme was Trees Are Terrific for a Healthy Environment. We had nearly 250 submissions, and believe me, it was really hard to weed through those and find the winners. So we had three classifications for our contest. It was kindergarten through second grade, third grade through fifth grade, and sixth grade through eighth grade. Each category had a first, second, and third place winner. First place winners got a $100 gift card for the student, as well as a $100 gift card for the art teacher. And to add to that, there's going to be a pizza party for the winning class. Second place winners got a $50 gift card for the student as well as for the teacher. Third place was $25 for the student and for the teachers. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to announce the winners. If I could have the students come up along with their teacher if they are able to make it. And we'll line up right here. I'll give you the gift card, your artwork, as well as your ribbon. So first place for kindergarten through second grade was Lorelei Galloway. She's a kindergartner from James Patterson Elementary, Fort Bend ISD, along with her art teacher, Claire Galloway. If you can hold that. All right. The next winner, if you'll stay up here for a little bit. The second place winner was Stratton Bass. He was not able to make it, but he was from Ralph Parr Elementary in Clear Creek ISD. His art teacher is Carmen Bass, if she'd come up and accept his award. And third place winner was Leighton Bass, kindergartner from Ralph Parr Elementary, Clear Creek ISD, and art teacher Carmen Bass. So if Leighton would come up, please. If you'll hold that for Stratton. And this is for Leighton. This right here is Leighton's. Mary, if you come in and take a picture. Thank y'all so much. You have a seat. So for grades third grade through fifth grade, our first place winner was Varishni Krishnan, fourth grader from Cornerstone Elementary, Fort Bend ISD, with art teacher Jennifer Anderson. Hi. Yours as well. Art teacher. Thank you. The next winner is Sydney Mahitha, a fourth grader, Cornerstone Elementary, Fort Bend ISD, art teacher Jennifer Anderson. Third place winner was Shravani Prasanna, fourth grader, Cornerstone Elementary, Fort Bend ISD, art teacher, also Jennifer Anderson. Mayor, if you don't mind, another picture. Thank y'all so much. Thank you. Sixth grade through eighth grade. First place was Joseph Turkowski, eighth grader, Garcia Middle School, Fort Bend ISD. Art teacher is Shayla Sheik. Thank you. Second place was Sean Charlia, eighth grader, Garcia Middle School, Fort Bend ISD. Teacher was Sheila Sheik. And the third place winner was Kiara Comier, 6th grade, De Zavala Middle School, Pasadena ISD. Art teacher was Alma Manzer. I will accept this on their behalf. Here. Thank y'all so much. Well, that concludes the presentation. Y'all are welcome to stay, but this is going to be a very lengthy meeting, so you're more than welcome to leave.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me open a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Pearland for December the 17th, year 2018. 19, excuse me. It says 19 here on my calendar, but it's not right. But anyway, I want to right up front ask all of you to be on your very best behavior tonight because I believe Santa Claus is in the audience tonight. So we'll be welcoming him in just a few moments. But to get us started in the right direction, to finish up the last meeting of 2018 for our City Council, I'll ask Councilmember Woody Owens if he would do the invocation tonight with a Christmas theme. And Mr. Whitmer, Director of Public Works, will be giving us the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor, before we get started, I'd like to say a couple of things before we go into the prayer. Thank everybody for being here. This will be our last meeting until next year. We'll be going into a different year and a different period of our lifetime through there. And I think there's a lot of things that we should be thankful for at this day and time. And I think, one of the things to be thankful for that we lived in Pearland. And that we live in the greatest state in the United States, in Texas. And we're the greatest nation in the world. And so I think those things are very positive for us to look at. And the city's just continuing to grow, and that was because we got a good staff working, good people working. And I'm sure, along with the rest of the council members and the mayor, that what we'd like to do is wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And after this is over, we'll see you next year. Probably see you out in the public sometime, but as a council chambers, it'd be next year before we come back.
Let's have a council give America. Everybody. 1, 2, 3.
Merry Christmas. Thank you, Mayor. All right, let's go ahead and do a prayer for tonight and thank the Heavenly Father for all the things that He's done for us, for the prayers that He's answered and the blessings we received, Lord. And also, Lord, we want to pray for the first responders that we have out here in the community, especially, Lord. We know that sometimes during the holiday season that we go through into Christmas and New Year's, there's a lot of activity and some of it's not in the greatest of what would really like to happen within the city. So things can get a little bit tenuous as we go through this process, Lord. And I know, too, that what we want to do is for military people that we have serving here in the United States and abroad, that they will be without their families this year through the Christmas season, Lord. And we pray that you'll be with them and bring them back safe to their family and their loved ones, Lord, to be with them. We pray for all the citizens that we're here today, and thank you for coming out and being a part of this facility here that we're doing here on City Council and within the city, Lord. You've blessed this city so greatly, and as we continue to grow, Lord, and doing the things that we should do for our residents here. We ask all these things in your name. Amen.
And
all right, if you will join me in a pledge to the United States flag and the Texas flag shortly thereafter. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
thank you, sir. I'd like to ask if Santa Claus would like to come to the podium and make just a few brief statements before we continue with our council meeting real quick.
I want everybody I come here tonight to make sure that which one of y'all were on the naughty list and which one y'all is on the nice list. What I'm seeing so far, I don't see a lot of faces on that nice list. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody's been really good this year, and the kids have been really, really good, and I look forward to making that ride on the 25th. So. And like Councilman Owen said, there's a lot to be thankful for, but one of the things that we really should be thankful for is that we live in Pearland, Texas.
Thank you, Sandy. Moving in our agenda, move on down to roll call with two of our council members not here, Councilmember Reed and Councilmember Perez. The rest of our council are here with their bright and shiny faces. Moving to item number 4 on our agenda, and I'm using the same one that you would have in your hands. Citizen comments. We do have a couple here that I'd like to ask if I can pick them up. Mr. Greenway, please go to the podium, and if you'll give us your name and address and try to restrict it by 3 minutes. And thanks for being here tonight.
My name's Haley Greenway. I live at 17803 Timothy Street in Pearland. And I'm here in support of the new shelter that will be spoken about tonight for the animal shelter. As many of you already know, I'm the co-founder of Pearland Pets, which is a nonprofit organization that we started to support the Pearland Animal Shelter. I'm here to urge you tonight to vote in favor of this new shelter. I don't know how many of you have actually been to the animal shelter here recently, or if you've ever been, but if you haven't been there recently, I would ask that you visit so you can see for yourself. At the shelter, you will find some amazing staff that clearly love animals, and you'll find that it's likely the cleanest shelter that you've ever stepped foot into. However, you will quickly see that there's many repairs that are needed, and you'll see the building was built as a shelter and not as a warm, inviting adoption center. You will also find that the building is inadequate for today's needs. As some examples of area shelters and their service areas, Friendswood has a total of 65 cages with a service area of approximately 20 square miles. Alvin has a total of 114 cages with a service area of approximately 25 square miles. As you know, Pearland currently has 3 times the population of Friendswood and approximately 5 times the population of Alvin. Pearland also has twice the service area as Alvin and 2.5 times the service area as Friendswood with approximately 49 square miles. It would seem only logical that the Pearland facility is in line with its population and service area, but it's certainly not. Pearland only has a total of 75 cages. How is the shelter supposed to follow your directive of becoming closer to a no-kill facility when they don't have the proper tools and facility to do so? While Pearland Pets would love to be able to provide a new shelter for Pearland, that's simply unrealistic for us. However, it's certainly not unrealistic for you. This year, we did donate a large mobile adoption center to the shelter that cost over $80,000. It's our hope that this mobile adoption facility brings more awareness to the community that the Pearland shelter exists and that it helps build a larger volunteer and foster network, all of which are needed to work towards a no-kill facility. Building this new facility with a large increase of cages definitely works towards eliminating a shelter that is too small for our growing community. However, one issue that would not be eliminated is that the shelter does not, a lot of Pearland citizens don't know that the shelter exists. Some people who have lived here over 20 years have no idea that the Pearland Animal Shelter exists at all. Unfortunately, on a regular basis, I hear this by me working at a Pearland vet clinic and by me being the co-founder of Pearland Pets. By having this new proposed facility on Hill House Road, you're recreating the exact same problem that we currently have. It would be located in the middle of nothing and nobody knowing about it. You could also simply eliminate that problem now and choose a populated, trafficked area where this facility could become a city landmark, and it instantly brings awareness to thousands of our citizens. So again, I urge you to not only be in favor of this proposed facility, but to build this new facility in a good location.
Are you approaching conclusion?
Yes. We truly believe that if you provide the proper facility in a good location for our community's animals, along with amazing shelter staff and our organization continuing to help where we're able, we can work together to help countless pets here in Pearland and get closer to your goal of becoming a no-kill facility. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. Strickland, and thank you for being here tonight, sir. Remember, give your name and address to the recorder, know who you are, and we'll record you in our records for the meeting.
My name is Dorian Strickland. I am also a co-founder of Pearland Pets right here in Pearland. My address is 997 Brady Lane. That's actually in Alvin, Texas. I was born and raised in Pearland, spent a better part of my life here before I went off to the military after being gone about 10 years, returned to all of the changes at the other end of town. But I'm here to echo the sentiments that Ms. Greenway has already stated. So I'm not going to go into some specifics like she did, but I'm going to go into having worked at the City of Houston, BARC, which is Bureau of Animal Regulation and Care. I see what was done there. I saw what's done at the Humane Society, at the SPCA. And if you compare what's going on there with what's going on in the City of Pearland's animal control, it's a drastic difference. These individuals, even though they are low numbers, they do an unbelievable job in what they do. I personally have not worked with a better group of individuals, and I think they really should be commended for what they're doing. They're doing a fantastic job. I would like to echo what Ms. Greenway has said. You got to get this location into a place where people know it is. If you build a new facility and spend millions of dollars on it, only to be hidden from the public, it's going to be a waste of that money. What's going to happen is we're going to continue to, unfortunately, euthanize animals. When you say that, people cringe, but that's what happens when animals don't get fostered, they don't get adopted. If you put it in a location where people can see, they will come, right? Every time we do a facility, every time we do an event where the trailer is located, people echo to us all the time, where is it? I've been here since 1970. That facility has been here about the same amount of time, and people still don't know where it is.
You got about a minute left.
Yes, sir. I won't take that long. It is in Old Town Pearland, and people just don't go there anymore. Moving it to the new proposed location, as Ms. Greenway has said, is going to create the same problem, new location, having spent a lot of money. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person is Miss Jessica Birdsong. Thank you for being here tonight, Miss Birdsong. If you could just state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have roughly about a minute.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
So my name is Jessica Birdsong, and I live at 1811 Oak Brook Circle. So I'm here today to encourage you to vote for the new shelter. I've been volunteering with Pearland Pets for almost 2 years now. After Hurricane Harvey, Pearland Pets opened up a food bank. Both donations and volunteers were needed to make this pet food bank happen. The support that came from our community to help animals was unbelievable. In less than 12 hours, almost 300 volunteer positions were filled. Pet food and other pet-related donations came pouring in. This pet food bank was able to distribute over 90,000 pounds of pet food and thousands of leashes, collars, and toys, all simply because our community supports pets and animals. I tell you this because if you're questioning whether or not our community supports pets and animals, this shows you that our community certainly does. I turned 22 last April and decided I wanted nothing more than to raise money to purchase rawhides and treats for the Pearland Animal Shelter. My goal was $500. With my friends and family and this incredible community spreading the word, I ended up raising $1,400. I was able to fill up the cab and the bed of 2 trucks of supplies and goodies for the animals. I couldn't help but get emotional when I was loading up because I was so moved by the support that I received from our community. Without a doubt, our community wants to help out the pets at our local animal shelter any way they can. I just recently accepted the position as the 3rd director of Pearland Pets. I've seen our community come together as one and rise to the occasion. You, the City Council of Pearland, have the ability to dictate how many pet lives you will be saving, and it's in the palm of your hands. If you believe that our community does not need a new shelter built in a good location, and if you believe that our community does not support our pets, animals, and shelters with all due respect, you're wrong. We need that new shelter in a good location. Thank you.
Thank you. The last person that I have is Blake Crockett. And thank you for being here tonight. If you could state your name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes, I'll let you know when you have about a minute left.
Okay. My name is Blake Crockett. I reside at 3315 Ridgepoint Court, Pearland 77584. And I am also here in regards to the new shelter. I wanted to start by showing a picture. This is Goggles. He is a happy, loving 4-year-old male chocolate lab that was unfortunately euthanized recently at the local shelter. Why was he euthanized? Lack of space, lack of funding, lack of resources, but most unfortunate, lack of community awareness. Goggles sat in the shelter for months and no one came for him. When I posted his picture after his death, I received many comments that were like, I'm so sorry, I didn't know, I would have gone. I didn't know where the shelter was. I didn't know that I could help. We are looking for no more whys. We are looking for solutions. And I think the first solution is that the shelter needs a major upgrade and much more space to accommodate our growing city. Second solution, community awareness. The current considered location on Hill House is just not going to be sufficient. If no one knows about the shelter, the size of the shelter is just irrelevant. The shelter needs to be in a trafficked and populated area. I've learned that possibly the field that's north of the Kroger off Cullen and 518 is a possibility. I think this is a great location. It's very visible, has great in and outs for the community, and everybody loves Kroger, I think, right? So basically, I'm here today to ask that you please consider voting in favor of the new shelter and please reconsider the location. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, that's all we have for tonight.
Okay, that information in the record. Let's move down to our next item on our agenda, which is public hearings. We have none tonight in this particular part of the agenda. Consent agenda. I'll ask Councilmember Carbone if he'd present the consent agenda, which items A through J for our consideration. Are there any items on this consent agenda that needs to be removed for consideration? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, approval of consent agenda items A through J. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Secretary, we do have a motion second on the floor.
Councilmember Carbone?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Little? Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Owens?
Aye.
Motion passed 6-0.
That information in the record. Let's move in our agenda to item 6, which is matters removed from consent agenda that were not tonight. Item 7 is new business. New business item number 1. Councilmember Reed, would you present this for consideration?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2018-254. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We're in discussion. Staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Prior to the last couple of legislative sessions, staff has put together a legislative agenda for your consideration. For this session, Assistant City Manager Trent Epperson has worked with staff to put together a packet, a legislative agenda for your consideration. Upon approval of that legislative agenda, what we intend to do is deliver that to our legislators here in the area, and additionally, we plan on taking that with us when we go to Austin for Pearland Day and for Brazoria County Day during the session itself. This agenda is in line with our strategic priorities, and last week, Mr. Pearson and Mr. Epperson met with State Representative Ed Thompson and with State Senator Larry Taylor, and they had no objections to the agenda that we presented. So we have the packet for your consideration tonight. Before you take action on that, Mr. Epperson has a brief presentation that he would like to present to you regarding our home and our decision.
Thank you, Mr. Branson. Good evening, Council. This presentation is included in your packet, but we thought it was important to share tonight with the public. As in our past legislative agendas, we kind of broke it down into different sections: local control and decision making, keeping families safe and healthy, expanding business growth and investments and jobs, and then increasing efficiency and reducing waste. So all of our legislative priority statements are within those categories. And then we support those, as Mr. Branson said, with our strategic priorities. So we're going to jump into the Our Home, Our Decision presentation. Traditionally, working with TML, the mantra has always been local decisions. And with this legislative session, they kind of took that a step further to help brand what does that really mean from a local decision-making standpoint. And it's our homes, our decisions. So we're going to walk through this real quickly as far as what it means and what the major legislative agenda items, how those are affected and why those should be local decisions. Local decisions have created Texas cities where people want to, of course, live, work, and do business. Year after year, Texas cities rank among the highest in the nation for job creation, growth, and best management. On here in particular, the fastest growing cities in the U.S., according to Wallet Hub, and this looks at financial or economic gains as well as population gains. Pearland was second on that this past year. And of course, we're always ranked high in growth. And a big part of this Our Home, Our Decisions is that every city in Texas is different. Some are growing fast, some are growing slow, some have other needs based on the local economy or what drives that local economy. And that those decisions being made from the state legislature in Austin in a one-size-fits-all doesn't always work for all the various cities within the state. So much like Austin looks at the federal government and says, let us do our thing here in Texas, we're also asking the state legislature to have our city council, who's closest to the people, be able to make a lot of the decisions locally here as well. Texas cities lead in the nation because of the services and infrastructure that they provide for the businesses and the quality of life for the people. And then this is kind of where we go to a lot of the legislative efforts in the last couple of sessions, is that instead of really celebrating that, a lot of the legislative push in the last couple of sessions has been to, go after the cities as far as different things, as far as local control issues, with being able to raise revenues, do the projects we need to do locally, and enact the ordinances that protect our property values and our citizens. So moving through that, we've got this assault on that. And so, as I mentioned earlier, it's this one size fits all, looking at trying to apply what maybe works for, or what something Austin is trying to do, and trying to make that fit for Pearland or other cities. And, instead of leaving that to be decided by the locals. One of the biggest assaults, of course, as everyone's aware, is looking at the property taxes. There's a big push to control property taxes. And as we know, property taxes do and have affected people's pocketbooks over the year. But we want to put some perspective around that and look at what is really driving that and what the legislature can truly do to address that. So this is typical property in Shadow Creek Ranch here in Pearland, and 21% of that is the City of Pearland taxes. The bulk of that is going to be the school taxes, with MUDs and various other taxing entities. So typically across the state, city taxes are about 20 to 30% of everyone's property taxes. So just looking at the bills, if you look across, typically the school district's portion of the tax rate is about twice what the city's is. And this is an example that we use every year through our budgeting process to take a look at that, where the school district tax rate is about twice what the city's. And so this is really kind of where the rub comes with the state legislature and state funding, is that because there's no state income tax, Texas's property taxes are relatively high. And the big piece of that is that the state legislature, every 2 years when they meet, have not been keeping up with the state's share of funding for education. So in 2011, the state share of school funding was about 48%, and in 2019, we're looking at about 38%. So that has to be made up by the local property taxes that the school districts adopt. So if you look at the last session 2 years ago, the budget that the state legislature adopted basically forced the school districts to increase property taxes to support schools by 14% because of the amount of funding that was made available from the state to fund the school districts. So whereas the assault on property taxes has been across the board and been aimed at cities and counties and everybody, the real crux of it all is the school financing. And, you know, we've talked to Representative Thompson and Senator Taylor and many others, and they understand that this is really the place that if the legislature focuses on and fixes the school financing, then a lot of the other pressures on the local property taxes are no longer there. So what this is to tell the story, is that the Texas miracle, the economic miracle here in Texas, is letting Texans decide at the local level what's best for the community. Local decision-making here in Pearland gives citizens a voice in the level of services we want and how to pay for them, how much we invest in infrastructure like new roads, police stations, fire stations, water and sewage treatment, and recreational facilities, and then in the rules and regulations that protect home values and the character of our neighborhoods. So it's our home, it's our neighborhoods, it's our community, and so we believe it's best that we are able to decide what's best for our community. So that concludes the presentation. If you have any questions about that or the legislative agenda, I'd be happy to entertain those now.
Going through the list of we'd like to present to the legislature, I think that ask the city manager that if he would realize that there may be something that we overlooked, which is possibly not possible here, but sometimes it would happen that we could have, if we approve this, that we could then add some other issue that might come up that we had either forgotten, overlooked, or has appeared that we were not aware of.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, if at some point prior to the legislative session, if you adopt what you have before you this evening and you feel like you want to add to that, we can always disseminate that as well.
Yeah, I think it would be nice. So that I think we've covered just about all the problems that we're going to have to face with the legislature. Does council have any questions or comment on this issue at this point? And I think most of you have read the presentation of the items that we're presenting to the legislature, itemized.
Mayor, I think this is actually a very good start on that, and I'm really concerned about the lieutenant governor and what he's trying to do to the cities through the taxation side. But I think, you know, this is a good thing. And I think, Trent, in the past, we've been broken up into different groups and went to different legislators to speak to them while we was up there at Pearland Day in Austin. Is that similar to what's going to happen this time?
Yes, sir. So I sit on the with the chamber who sponsors and puts together Pearland Day in Austin on their intergovernmental committee, and we've been working for months on the updated legislative agenda. So of course the chambers got their focus on a lot of the business items, and then a lot of the items that different businesses in our community bring to them, such as some things from the hospitals, as well as things from the school districts, as well as other businesses in town that have legislative needs. So basically what we did for the first time 2 years ago is incorporate the city's legislative agenda in the overall agenda and the packet that we go to Austin with for Pearland Day in Austin. So we're able to share that one message with the city and the chamber together when we go up there, and then that's when we go meet with individual legislatures and hit the the top priority items with those folks and leave them the information on all of our priorities.
With that information in the record, does council have any questions or comment or motion?
I did want to maybe ask a question. I know some of this is coming from TML, which I've looked through the presentation. I like the whole theme of what we have here. On some of the stuff, particularly the open meetings, public advertising, the public bidding, are those things that TML is getting, I guess, multiple municipalities to come forward with, or is this something that is specific to maybe what we've put into our presentation that maybe other cities don't? Because I would like to know if it's something that we're going to go forward with that, has a little bit more power of numbers, if you will, as we present it. I just don't know if, in particular, I'll give you the SB 180 that was mentioned in here. Is that something that is being done kind of across the board with TML, or?
So I think TML, they're a little bit more general, and that they have in the past looked at or have pushed legislation to allow for advertising, for public hearings, as well as bidding and all those things to be able to be advertised electronically. So this is just a little bit more of a specific one associated with the TCEQ and some of the advertising and hearings required for permitting through that facility. I believe these permits that really that Senate bill is directed at aren't necessarily municipal permits. There are other permits, TCEQs issues, but the way they've got it written right now, it kind of would sweep us up into that and cause some additional costs for cities. So I can't remember if this is one specifically that TML is pushing, or if it's one of the other organizations that we are members of. When we first develop this list, we start with what TML has provided information on, and then I work with all the different departments to have them reach out and work through their different organizations. So the PD works through their organizations, fire with their organizations, public works, and they kind of come back and we go through them all and prioritize and decide which ones rise to the level that we want to go ahead and include them.
I like a lot of the stuff that's in here. Those in particular, I just wanted to know if we had any.
Yes, sir.
Strength
So
in them.
and we will share all this back through TML to let them know we have adopted an agenda and that a lot of it's in line with what they're working on as well.
Okay, awesome. Because when we first brought it up, just looking at the numbers that we have to spend just to put an ad in the paper, just that floored me.
Yes, sir.
So okay, well, thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to make clarification. City council or city staff doesn't have anything to do with the taxes that you pay that belong to the independent school districts. Just to be clear, a lot of people don't know that, and as soon as they get their tax bill, they want to complain, and you tell them to look at their tax bill, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't know that was different." So, and this presentation hits somewhat kind of heavy on that, so I just want to make that clarification.
Trent, on this also, will this be a part of the Missouri County Days in Austin? I didn't hear you mention that, so.
So typically we've attended Missouri County Days in Austin, but our legislative agenda, we'll share it with them, but there's a little bit different push and group that goes to that. It really heavily involves the industry in South County. So we'll share this, and we do go to Missouri County Days, but it's just they haven't in the past traditionally incorporated this as a whole. I do know that the county works with that as well, and the county is looking very closely, and the county associations like TML are opposed to any of the caps or restrictions that the lieutenant governor is pushing on the property tax side of things.
Oh, maybe it helps since we got the speaker position in
that may
Missouri
definitely
County.
help. Yes, sir.
Also have any questions? Motion to approve it. Council has a motion second on the floor, Mr. Secretary.
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Little, Councilmember Moore,
Aye.
Councilmember Owens,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbone.
Aye.
Motion passed 6-0.
Moving to business item 2, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just council input and discussion regarding potential fiscal year 2019 bond package projects. So this is just a discussion on the scope and funding size.
I'd like to refer that to our staff on that.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, you may recall that back in April, we had this discussion with you where we talked about a potential bond referendum for May of 2019. At that time, we presented a list of projects and 3 different funding levels at that time. At that meeting, council directed staff to go ahead and put together the entire $120 million worth of projects, go ahead and move forward with memos, reports, detailed cost estimates, and renderings of the proposed projects, and then bring that information back to you where we could sit down and have a discussion about what you want to move forward with for the upcoming bond referendum. What we have before you tonight is a list of projects and the associated cost. What we'd like to do at the conclusion of this presentation is get a consensus from council that does 2 things. One, tells us the total amount of bond package that you want to move forward with, and then the actual projects included with the referendum. Once we get that consensus from you tonight, what we will do is we'll put that information together in a packet. We'll bring it back to you in late January or early February, where you can call for the election. At this time, Mr. Robert Upton, our Director of Engineering and Capital Projects, is going to go through a presentation outlining the cost and the project specifically. Mr. Upton?
Thank you, Mr. Branson. Good evening, Council. As Mr. Branson stated in his introduction was that as we met back in April and talked about this program and this initiative, was to take a list of projects that we had and further refine them, break them down in cost, and come back to you with a list with a revised cost estimate by our engineers and present that to you. So this presentation will go through that with some direction and also some more information from our consultants that we utilized for these projects. To give a little bit background to break this down, we'll talk about supplemental funding sources. This was talked about back in April. The total bond package, the debt service rate impacts, just in the history of those, and then looking forward to your direction and your decisions. As stated, our supplemental funding projects that we have, as we talked about, was several projects that were in the current CIP have been moved over to TERS funding. These are not in the bond package, but this was Fire Station 8, Shadow Creek Library, Shadow Creek Park Phase 2, and also the Shadow Creek Ranch Trail that you'll be seeing later this evening. These were put off to the side and also applied for and approved with TERS to be reimbursed through that program. The other ones that we're looking at that we applied for was also through the HGAC Transportation Improvement Program. This program closed their window for applications October 31st of this year, and we submitted in for 5 projects. Those are listed there. That's Bailey Road from Veterans to Maine, Harkey Road from Broadway to Bailey, Max Road extension from Hughes Ranch Road to McCard, Kingsley Road from Bellway 8 to Clear Creek, and a trail connectivity Phase 4, which is to connect the 518 Green Tea Trail project that you'll also be seeing later this evening to Independence Park. We put these together and ranked and put them in and submitted them into HGAC. We found out that there's been a total of about 194 projects that were submitted into HGAC to be ranked. We'll be looking in January to probably see a preliminary ranking of these. The results will indicate where projects will fall within the 4-year plan and then also in the 10-year program list of projects. Based on that, one of the things we may recommend to you is that depending on when the projects that may get approved are slotted within that program, is to take a look at that in the future, maybe potentially with certificates of obligation if it's far enough out, or in that versus the general obligation bonds that would be with this project. So just something to think about and take a look forward as we move forward. But until the TIP results are fully vetted to each of the individual applicants, the full freight or full cost of that project is within the bond program. So during the process, before we start into the projects, just a little background on that is that staff worked with a variety of consultants that were selected to take a look at over 21 projects in that initial package. We developed limited scopes. We call it preliminary engineering technical memos or documents, working with architects and engineers and also landscape architects. We developed construction costs that were reviewed. We developed our fees thereafter. That would be about 15% for final engineering, 10% for construction management, construction inspection, construction testing, and then we put a 20% contingency. And then we also added after that, depending on what year the project would fall in the program, had an inflation factor with it as well. What you see here is the approved 2019 to 23 approved CIP expenditure summary. This includes a potential 120-year package, so you can see the full cost across the entire 5-year plan. Again, I just want to give a few clarifications. We talked a lot about them. It does not include TERS projects. It does not include master drainage projects that we're working on right now with the master drainage plan. We're still wrapping that up, and that could be considered a future with potentially a drainage utility fee or a future drainage bond program as we get to that completion of the master drainage plan. However, there are some drainage projects in here that are due to local findings that we found after Harvey as well. HGAC tip call that we talked about, and then also there are no funds allocated, I should say, for the FM 518 expansion that TxDOT is looking to do in the next year, next several years out. They're in the RTP trying to get that approved and through that process with HGAC. What we would say is that since our city contribution is unknown at this time or undefined, is that when that comes to fruition is possibly take a look at that with certificates of obligation once the parameters are defined for that project and what our obligation would be. So with that, I'd like to head in real quick and just kind of go through the projects. So the same ones we talked about back in April, but we'll just go through them quickly. These are drainage projects that were identified, and you'll see that the justification for these mostly were found during our local drainage assessment needs as we go through. Our first one that we have is on Piper Road. This is a repetitive area, has been hit many times over the years, and so we take a look at regrading these roadside ditches. It'll have a thin overlay of asphalt when it's all done. But regrade these so the flow would go south down to Fight and then quicker to Mary's Creek versus heading up to 518, which has an undersized drainage system. Mimosa Acres. This area also has many repetitive loss homes as well. And taking a look at regrading roadside ditches, doing some thin overlays on the asphalt, grade this up. This is also would be a project that's in conjunction with what Brazoria Drainage District number 4 is conducting on Makawa Road. They are also looking and have a grant to box in the ditch that's on the west side of Makawa Road and improve the flow characteristics, dig out a couple detention basins as well. That'll help out this area. And so that would work with them as well. Next one is the Willow Crest subdivision that is right north of Mimosa Acres. This has experienced repetitive flooding over the years, really came to light, of course, again with Harvey as well, and many undersized storm drains. This would be looking at also replacing the storm drains, but also doing a lot of doing some road overlays because the storm drains run through cross lots or in back of lots, so we'd get these out into the street, size them correctly, repair some of our lower PCI index streets that are in this area, and bring this back up to system. This would also then tie into Cherry Street and down to the work that Brazoria Drainage District number 4 is also doing on Makawa. Wesley is another area. This is one of the areas that when we start taking a look at the new firm maps, this area only had a small portion in the floodplain projected down in the future. When the new maps are incorporated, almost half the subdivision will be in the new 100-year floodplain. This project would then go through, take a look at all the roadside ditches, open them up, possibly look at widening them as well, and then opening up some of the areas that were put in with undersized culvert pipes and return them back to open ditch potentially. And then there will be some repairs at the intersections for increased size of culverts that need to cross the road. We'd also be taking a look at regrading and refinishing the linear detention ditch that is located along the side on the east side of Wesley and help that flow characteristic. Finally, taking a look at our last one in the detention project is phase 2 of the Hickory Slough Detention Pond. This would expand our detention basin another 95 acre-feet of detention up to a total of approximately 300 acre-feet of detention combined. It would include the last stormwater pump in the pump station and also widen the overflow weir and meet that for full capacity. This is the drainage phase we'll talk about a little bit later. As you can see on there is the other park phase component of it. This is one of the areas that was identified in our preliminary findings for our master drainage plan to get expanded as well. Facilities, and we have 2 facilities that we'll be talking about that is in the current plan. One that you heard about earlier this evening by the citizens is the animal shelter. This would be taking a look, working with the architect and also the experts associated with this type of facility. Would be looking to about a 21,000 square foot animal shelter for 86 canines, 134 felines. It would include the personnel areas, veterinary service rooms, adoption area, rooms and reception. As stated there, is taking a look at industry standards as our city is growing, future population. This will be needed to update the facilities with the appropriate needs for this area of this size. This project, we don't have a specific site. We've been working with with PD and fire as well to help locate a appropriate place located in the central of the city, but still located within city land. As mentioned earlier in the comment period, one was Hill House. The other one is still looking at the area associated in the PD complex, but we're still evaluating that with our partners with PD and fire. Our other facility is the fire training burn building for the fire department. This is a 2-story live burn building. It would include exterior stairs, interior stairs, multiple rooms similar to housing so that they can practice and become very proficient in being able to fight fires within the confines of a home or 2-story building. It has a slope roof on it to practice slope roof drills and be able to keep our firefighters to the skills that they need to face the challenges that they meet with complex fires today. We'll head over to the parks area as well. First one is Park Equipment Replacement Program. This is a programmatic replacement program for our facilities to enhance and continue a quality of life for our citizens that utilize our park facilities, continue to have them meet the expectations of those parks that they use on a regular basis. Over at JHEC Nature Center Trails, Phase 2, this is at the Nature Center, also tying in with the newly built Dolores Fenwick Nature Center as well. This would be a walkway, 8-foot wide boardwalk basically across the pond that can be used as an observation deck. We'll have facilities there. It'll be located above the 10-year water surface level so that still be close to the water but won't be inundated when we have storm events. This is part of our master plan for the trails facilities. Next one is Phase 2 of Independence Park. This is continuing with the master plan for Independence Park. Moving forward, this phase would take a look at amenitizing the lake or the detention pond into a lake with a with a boating facility to have boating events, restaurant above that, continue with parking on that side, continue with trails, looking for there, and continue with the philosophy of moving forward as a comprehensive park, also to have it as, since it is our oldest park in the city, and continue to make that a showpiece. Trail connectivity phase 4, this is one that we submitted in for TIP funding. As you can tell, is that we submitted it based on trying to do a walkway up and over 518 and continuing on to Independence Park. Depending on those results, we've left this project funded as is. Should that not be part of the TIP program, we take a look at going back to the alternative where we would have a 10-foot sidewalk continuing along Pearland Parkway all the way down to the entrance of Independence Park. So that's for this project, and those funds, if the project is successful with the TIP, would meet our 20% contribution as well. Hickory Slough Sports Complex. This is the other component of the parks program, but this is the second component of the drainage facility. So after the drainage facility is built, we would convert the remaining portion to 6 more ball fields. double the parking, increase concessions, increase restroom capabilities, have a small maintenance facility for the equipment, and light the new 6 fields plus the remaining 3 fields. So then all 12 fields would be lighted as well. Our next topic that we move for is streets. This is our street reconstruction program. Now, this is continuing within neighborhoods that have been identified and taking a look at rehabilitation and reconstruction of neighborhood streets. This is concrete for concrete. Taking a look in there if there's any utility work or drainage work needed beforehand, those would be taken care of. And then this would be overlaid. So similar to what we did in Regency Bay many years ago, or also what we did on the Orange Street Linwood area. The areas have been identified would be a Linwood Oak area, Orange Circle, Sleepy Hollow subdivision, Sherwood subdivision. This would then, what we've determined to replace those areas would meet our budget needs. Along with these, the pavement condition index is what was utilized to determine where we would start first. Next one is Pearland traffic improvements. This is adding a traffic signal located at the Forest Park Lane, Summit Springs Lane area on Pearland Parkway, and also adding fiber, continuing our program for our intelligent transportation system, and also doing connectivity of that fiber program to provide loops throughout the city so we can have continuous feed. This was taking a look through our traffic and accident history in this area. Signal would be good. Would be warranted for this area as we move further into design. It would also include a crosswalk crossed in that area, in the protected crosswalk, I apologize, and then also expanding the left turn bays as well. Our next one of this is also the continuation on Pearland Parkway, is to convert this to a true traffic circle, as the diagram shows. Currently, right now, it's more of a what we call a traffic circle versus a true roundabout. This would be into a roundabout configuration where the spurs would still remain on the sides, where if you're traveling north on Pearland Parkway, you take the fly off and continue on to Beltway 8. If you needed to go over to McCard, you would slow down, enter into the roundabout. If traffic inside the roundabout has the primacy, you would yield and then enter into the gap, and then continue through the circle and then exit off onto McCard, for example, if you were heading that way west. Roundabouts have been always proven to have greater capacity and decrease in delays because there's less conflict movements that they would have versus traffic signals. So this was taken a look at as part of the master plan for Pearland Parkway, and also to increase mobility there. Bailey Road expansion from Veterans Drive to Main. This would be a continuation of the 4-lane road that we just built. Would continue 4 lanes up and over, another bridge structure for those 2 lanes, and then tie into 35. We did submit this as a TIP funding project. As I stated earlier, we'll take a look and wait in January to see how these fund out. But this would then complete 4 lanes from 35 all the way to 1128. The county is currently working on their project to take from 1128 all the way to 288. So there would be a complete corridor east-west of 4 lanes in the southern part of the city. Max Road extension. Excuse me. This is a continuation of Max Road from Hughes Ranch up to the future McCard Road. As we are right now, we are under construction and wrapping up that construction of a previous TIP-funded project of Max Road that continued from the extension of Reed up to Hughes Ranch Road, and this would then continue that. So we submitted then as a TIP project and would continue moving forward. Would like to mention as a result, you'll see that a couple projects as we continue moving forward, as revised cost estimates fell below the $120 million mark as we vetted out each project fully with a cost estimate. And those projects are the following. We have Harkey Road, Broadway to Bailey. We did submit this as a TIP-funded project. This was from converting from existing two-lane asphalt to 4-lane, connecting from 518 all the way down to the new Bailey Road, and then also work on drainage and also 10-foot mixed-use path. Hughes Ranch Road, the continuation of what we're going to be under construction very shortly with the award that you had given a couple council meetings ago with regards of widening Hughes Ranch Road to 4 lanes. That's a TIP-funded project. This would continue that project if so desired, to go from Cullen over to the Hickory Slough Sports Complex at Stone, and that would be a 4-lane undivided road. Fire Training Facility Phase 2. This is a continuation of the training facilities, and this would include areas such as confined space, vehicle extraction, trench and rescue training areas, hazardous materials. Not only would it have the ability to help the fire training firefighters and our fire department, but also has the ability to be utilized by Public Works, PD, other departments that have to have confined space training as well. So it would also be multidisciplined as well within our departments. And then also parkland acquisition. There was a fund that was set aside to do that, to take a look based on the Parks Master Plan to have a future park somewhere located within the city, and this was acquisition for land. I just want to give a recap real quick on the different bond types. This is talking about general obligation bonds. These are voted bonds, so that's why we'd be asking to call for an election on the bond, secured by property tax and required to pay based off the levy of those. You have certificates of obligation, and then you also have water sewer revenue bonds are also items that are sold, but those are pledged by revenues based off water and sewer. So here's a list of the bond program projects. There's 17 of them broken down here on the list: 76 million, 90 million, and 120 million as directed back in April. Top 10 projects are listed there, then 3 projects in the range to get up to 90 million, and then the remaining 4 projects for 120. This is a list of projects that did not make the cut. Totals up these remaining projects, 18 through 28, total of $140 million. Excuse me. In the end, how this would break down based off of the propositions would be taking a look at drainage. Proposition 1, drainage, would be netted at $30,300,000. Proposition 2 on facilities at around $15 million. Proposition 3 as parks would be about $26.4 million, and Proposition 4 of streets would be about $47.6 million. We showed this last time back in April. I just wanted to revisit this again just to show is that this is a historic general obligation debt to assessed value over time. Last update in 2017, 2018 numbers haven't been presented, calculated yet, but it showed that the value percentage was down. This is also the historic general obligation debt per capita, staying pretty flat and consistent. Again, our bond agency ratings have given us excellent ratings, thanks to our finance department. And then these were the impacts. We worked with our financial advisor to take a look at the 3 issuance options and how they would affect at the highest peak during the bond sale portions. You say at the $77 million, that would be 47 cents. Currently, right now, we're at 43 cents. The 90 million would be 48 cents. And the 120 million would be 49.5 cents for those highlighted years, and then start trending down. So again, our schedule, as alluded to by Mr. Branson, is that we're here today to give you this information, allow you to ask any questions, have a discussion on it, listen to what you have to say, and then take that information, compile the final list of selected projects, return to you in January. In February, bring the final list, calling for council action, calling for a referendum. May, taking a look at the bond election. And in June, begin the projects, and we'll be starting to take a look at these because our goal is to try to do these kicked off within 5 years, starting to get a majority of them completed within those 5-year time frame, and continue moving forward with that, and then start work. Then taking a look in 2020, first construction contracts, first bond sale in July, and then 2021 start working on the final designing of the remaining projects, and try and get completion of all projects in May of 2024. Of course, this is always scheduled subject to availability of funds and time, matching, et cetera. I always got to have a little disclaimer, but we want to make sure that excuse me, our goal is to complete those projects within started and in majority of construction within the 5-year plan. So here today with decisions is to have council provide us some direction on the size of the bond package, and then also to have your valuable input associated with that on the project list. And that concludes my presentation, council.
Good presentation. Thank you so much for that.
Mr. Mayor, we're kind of at a junction here that we need to make a decision. One option is to push on through and finish up this discussion on the bond referendum and the projects right now. We could do that in about 15 minutes or so. Then we can continue on. If not, we probably should pause right now, do a recess of this particular meeting, and then come back and discuss this afterwards. So
let me ask you, council members, if you had a particular question, big, long-winded questions, or comments, Woody?
I don't think we're going to clear it up in 15 minutes, to be quite honest with you, on there, and I think it'd be better to come back and address it later. My biggest concern is you say what the tax increase would be for the bonding and what have you, but that's not laid on top of our other tax into our general fund that we have and give us a total dollar amount, percentage amount, where it's 70 point something. And so, that's going to be a big concern. And I think one thing I would like to find out, though, on bond elections in the past that we've done in 2000, 2007, what we did, we listed out the different projects that's going to be done and let the voters vote on those particular projects, not just a collective like drainage and parks and streets and stuff like that, but actually break it down and let them be able to vote on individual things that's going through there. And I was wondering if that's something that we're looking at doing now on this one.
So I do know that in any bond issue, you got wants and you have something called needs. We have a number of needs that I think were highlighted in this particular bond issue proposal.
Mr. Mayor, we can respond to those questions directly now. We just need a decision if you want to pause and break and go to the special meeting or continue on.
I think we should just pause.
Mayor, it looks like we have a consensus of the council to go ahead and pause this discussion right now, do a recess, and then come back after the special meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council.
You want me to recess?
Yes, sir.
It is now 6:35. I will recess this particular council agenda items and council meeting at 6:37. We're in preparation to go to a special meeting. We'll have about, if you take no more than about 3 minutes, we'll be back. Is that enough? Okay, we'll get that. Council has returned to open session at 8:30 for the regular agenda. And let me reread the item number 2, which is where we left off.
Mayor, just a quick question. I was just visiting with some staff members, and they wanted to find out, first of all, before proceeding with the discussion item we had initiated before the recess on this item number 2, because there are some contractors, consultants that are here, wanted to know if council wanted to take those items 3, 4, and 5 before we go back to that discussion. That was just a question that came up.
No
I would
problem.
present that to council for your consideration.
Okay, I'll make that decision right now.
Okay.
Moving to new business item number 3, Mr. Councilmember Little.
Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2018-246. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Moving back to the staff at this position. Point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is renewing a unit supply contract for liquid bleach and the delivery of that product to the city. The recommended vendor is PVS Mini Bulk in the amount not to exceed $347,500 to be utilized at our 13 water treatment facilities and our 5 water reclamation facilities. The price for the proposed extension or agreement is the same as it was in the previous year, and we recommend approval. If you have any questions, we'd be pleased to answer those at this time.
That completes staff request. Point. Council have any question, comment on this item? We're still talking to item number 3.
Just one.
Item 246.
Is that company out of the Houston area, I guess? We don't
Need to
buy
go
it
back
all.
and look. I believe they're actually out of the main headquarters. I believe is out of state, but they have a Houston office. Yes, sir.
What, do we just buy it from as needed, or what?
This is regular delivery, basically based on our usage. We use so many thousands of gallons depending on the facility, and then we call the order in ahead of time before the tanks get empty. They come out and top off the tanks.
Okay.
Okay. Did the staff, John, did you finish?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and we do have a motion and a second. I don't know if there's any other comments.
Any further item? Okay. We have a motion second on the floor, Mr. Secretary.
Councilmember Little. Councilmember Moore.
Aye.
Councilmember Owens.
Aye.
Councilmember Carbone.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Abstain.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0 with 1 abstention.
Moving to new business item. Did you get that, Secretary?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Moving to new business item 4. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action resolution number R 2018-251. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We're in discussion. Staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. We are pleased to present the first of 2 trail projects for your consideration. We're recommending award of a bid for construction services contract to Tandem Services in the amount of $2,403,637.90 for the Green Tea Trail project. This is an HGAC-approved project whereby the city pays 20% of the total cost and 80% of the project comes from federal funds, from transportation enhancement funds, and from federal surface transportation program. This is a segment of a trail along Clear Creek that will tie into an existing trail approximately 1,500 feet south of Hughes Road. The trail will traverse south along the creek to a pedestrian bridge that will cross over Clear Creek, adjacent to the Clear Creek Park subdivision. The trail continues south through Province Village and terminates with a connection at Broadway, 1,000 feet east of Pearland Parkway. This trail is a 10-foot wide concrete bike and pedestrian trail and will include benches, signage, trash receptacles, and shade structures. It's important to note that this project is in line with the trail master plan that was adopted by City Council in 2007. It's also worth noting that Council approved this project in a list of projects approved to be submitted to HGAC for their call for projects. The advanced funding agreement for this project was entered into by the city in July of 2015 for design, right-of-way acquisition, utility relocation, and environmental clearances. In November of 2017, Council approved the AFA for the construction phase of this project, and at this time, we're simply moving forward, recommending a contract for construction based on all the planning and the efforts that you have approved to this date. So we're recommending award to Tandem Services, LLC. And that concludes my report, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, Council, have any question or comment on this item?
Are the funds on this coming from HGAC?
This project is 80-20. The city's portion is 20%. 80% is federal funding.
Is there, I didn't see anything for minority requirements or anything like that on federal funding. I didn't know if the contractor had sub-consultants on there or not.
Councilman Owen, it's not required. They have set forth in our AFA. It was not required.
On federal contracts, that's not required?
It was not required in this contract.
Okay.
Is it at 518? Is that terminating between Lowe's and Chili's there?
That's correct. It's on the Brazoria Drainage District's right away there.
Okay, thank you.
We don't allow any vehicles on that, do we? This is 10 foot wide.
This is 10 foot wide, sir.
And what do we got, 8-inch concrete?
TxDOT standard 6 for the trails. Okay. And to be thickened in areas where BD4 will, Brazoria Drainage District number 4 needs to do their maintenance activities.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Any other question or comment from council? Mr. Secretary, I believe we have a motion second on the floor sitting here.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Owens?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbone?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Little? Motion passed 6-0.
Moving in our agenda to new business item 5. Councilmember Owens, would you present this for our consideration?
Consideration possible action resolution number R2018-191. I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We're in discussion. Staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second trail project that we'd recommend for your consideration this evening. We recommend award of a bid to Texas Wall and Landscape, LLC in the amount of $1,636,959.60. This particular project is similar to what we just mentioned, where we've gone through submittal of projects, call for projects. It was approved by council. The AFAs were awarded previously. And the one thing that I would like to note that this is an 80-20 federally funded project, but this is also reimbursable, our 20% by the TERS. So ultimately, there's really no city funds when it's all said and done that would be spent on this project. The other thing that I would like to mention to you is that because of some Well, earlier in the consent agenda, you all passed an item that basically ended up canceling the first two AFAs, the advanced funding agreements, and then you authorized a new advanced funding agreement because the dollar amount that was initially included in the construction AFA was incorrect. So we awarded a new AFA by resolution this evening, or we authorized a new AFA by resolution. Also, I wanted to mention to you that if you look at the bids that are included, we're actually recommending that we award this to the second low bidder. The reason being is that an item that was mistakenly omitted from the bid packet by the apparent low bidder, the child support information, and therefore this project was deemed that it was a ineligible bid, so we're going with the recommended second low bidder. And if you have any questions regarding this project, we'd be pleased to answer those questions.
Okay, does council have any question or comment regarding the report from staff? Come on.
So just to confirm, we're paying an extra $280,000 because the low bidder didn't include a child support information in their bid packet?
That's correct. Because this is a federally funded project, all the I's and T's need to be dotted and text dot through them out.
Wow. So when we go to Pearland Day in Austin, can we let them know that, that we're paying $280K because they tossed out over, seems like a technicality?
Yes, sir. We actually included specific item in our earlier agenda item for our legislative agenda that to look at the state statutes that require removing a bidder for omitting that form. Basically saying that that form is immaterial to the bids itself, and that if they can produce that prior to award of the contract, that should be acceptable.
And is there anything we can do at this point?
We've been trying to negotiate with TxDOT since the time that the project was bid, and we have been unsuccessful.
Wow. No offense to what Texas Wall and Landscape. So we're paying an additional $280K because your competition omitted a piece of paper. Wow. All right.
How does an LLC owe child support?
It'd be on the employment side.
It's their employees.
Does it
their
require every
employers.
employee to prove that they're current on any child support?
That is what I believe is my understanding of that form, to say that all things have been taken care of and addressed, and that was failed to be submitted.
Okay. Any other comment from council?
I've got one quick one, just in probably easy to answer, but we show on here general revenue cash $38,994. I know we had 20-something thousand on one previously cash. Does that just come out of the general fund? We got cash in there to put those in there, those dollars in there as funding?
So we're looking at that specifically, but I just want to reiterate one time, we'll have to pay that money initially once the project is complete, but that will be reimbursed by the TERS fund when it's all said and done. It's one of the projects that was approved in the TERS budget.
Councilman Owen, that was a TERS reimbursement cash fund balance several years ago. That's just part of the books on that project.
Well, the only thing I was wondering, we was talking about not having enough money for street repair and sidewalks, and I've noticed on the last this contract and one previously, we had cash money, about $50,000-$60,000 to put into something like that. Just a question.
The council have all the answers to questions you've asked. Think about. Mr. Secretary, I think we have a motion second on the floor for you.
Councilmember Owens?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbone?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Little? Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Motion passed 6-0.
That completed. Let's move back to new business item number 2. Staff pick that up where we left off.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Council, when we left off this item, Mr. Upton provided us with a presentation of the proposed projects and the overall cost of those. We have a slide up that's getting ready to appear up on the screen that outlines those projects by proposition, recommendation, and the associated cost for those projects. What we would like to get from you this evening is a consensus from council, the total dollar amount that you'd like to see in the May upcoming bond referendum, and then the projects associated with that dollar amount. So at this point, what we'd like to do is open it up for discussion once we get that list up there, and then you can kind of give us direction on what you'd like to see from a total dollar amount and then also the specific projects.
I think you originally came up with a suggestion to be about 120 million. And is that still a good number?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, there's actually 3 options for you there. There's a total of 120 million, 90 million, and $76 million worth of projects. And those projects are broken down by individual propositions, streets, drainage, facilities, and parks, so that you can determine which ones you'd like to see in the upcoming referendum. And there's the information before you.
Bond issues should always be for what we need, not necessarily what we want. But it covers pretty well the drainage, mobility, and future storm issues, and choke points that we've had on drainage with choke points. And I think we need to make sure. I'm not sure what those numbers add up to. There's some other items in there that we've got some projects that are, if we'd spend just a little bit more, we'd complete the darn thing. Maybe it's a 3 mile, but we've done 2 miles and 2 and 3/4 miles of a 3 mile project, when it would be a positive contribution to our development of our communities. So we're getting to the point now where we're beginning to put the final pieces together and make it we have interconnectivities on various issues, mobility, interconnectivity issues on drainage, parks and rec, so forth. We just do just a little bit more with having complete. So I think we need to look at how that would fit into about 120 million.
Mayor, to lead it off,
Council.
I mean, the line right there at the 77 million, I guess the question I would have below that is the Hickory Slough detention phase 2. Without getting too engineering, is that a need or a want? And how does that play in to kind of the bigger drainage picture?
With regards to the drainage picture itself for that detention basins, it is a need for that area. Looking at our master drainage plan in the preliminary stage, there is a need for additional detention along the Hickory Slough area. And this is one area where we could easily obtain about 100 acre feet additional of storage by removing the material out of here and getting to the full capacity.
Okay, well, I wouldn't mind taking the, I guess, 1 through 10 and then pulling up number 16 to be included as well to get to about an $80 million number. pulling number 16 up. So basically doing 1 through 10 and 16.
1 through 10 as far as their overall priority?
I'm sorry, staff, would you go back to the slide that lists them? There we go. Sorry about that. There you go. 1 through 10 to the top 10 priorities, and then pulling number 16 up. It's a little over, I guess, $81 million bond.
So I thought we. Go ahead. You sure? I thought we kind of got away from that traffic circle improvement. I mean, I thought it was, that was something that we could put on the back burner. I mean, there's a lot of streets and sidewalks that need attention way more than that. I mean, we're destroying something to recreate it, right?
Councilman Reed, there was a discussion of removing the super street concept that was directed by council many years ago to make Pearland Parkway more of that unimpeded thoroughfare with limiting left turn movements in terms of, or cross access across the streets from the side streets. That was changed while we were having the discussion back in April to take a look at this process. The traffic circle conversion to a true roundabout has always been on the table to do, to continue to improve what needs to be done in that area for safety and mobility.
Yeah, but from a priority standpoint, I'm not really sure that that's something that, I mean, that's yeah, we're talking about, it's about 5 million.
The traffic circle improvement based on is item number 3 at about 3.2 million. Also, please remember is that McCard Road will be also being built in the next year. Next year is our plan, and that is HGAC funded 80/20, and that'll connect Cullen over to the McCard extension right there, and then that'll bring that traffic up to also have an east-west corridor as well. We have additional accidents there. This would improve to show the correct mobility necessary, utilizing a true roundabout, and then was also with the fly-offs instead of trying to have them merge together as they are now.
Well, in addition to 16, obviously with detention, I mean, I think 15 is something that may need to be moved up. 2 and 3 seem like they can be moved down to the very bottom almost. I mean, from a streets and sidewalk standpoint, I mean, we've taken a lot of money from streets and sidewalks, but if we're going to tell the public that we want them to pay extra taxes or pay for these bonds, I'm having a tough time thinking that they want something that's good in nature. I mean, not good, but it may need to be improved from just a general traffic flow. But I mean, we got a lot of streets that need attention that aren't even listed on here. And so, if this is just an automatic approved project, I would think that we might need to pay the light bill. But if this is an automatic approved project, I think it's something I think these two need to be moved down almost to the very bottom. That's my opinion on them. And that Max Road extension, Hughes Ranch. I mean, we need to open up more roads, just period, and start improving as much as we can to help out traffic. Where it's necessary. I'm not saying that there's not traffic on Pearland Parkway, but I mean we got a whole lot of other parts of the city, specifically on Broadway, throughout the entire Broadway. Obviously that's TxDOT, but there's other streets that we can expand to take pressure off of Broadway, and that are kind of in our scope of things to do. And so that's just my 2 cents for right now. But I probably have 2 more cents.
Can I jump in while we're talking about traffic circle? Because I have a question. I have issue with the traffic circle. I've said it since the beginning. I don't think we need to do traffic circle. But with the new signal light coming on Pearland Parkway at, I can't remember what the street is, but it's basically where the Shell station is. With a new traffic light coming in there.
Forest Park Lane.
Forest Park Lane, thank you. and we open up this traffic circle, all that's going to do is move traffic quicker from the Beltway to that light, and vice versa going northbound, unless we do something with Harris County to put 2 turn lanes in up there to be able to turn, right. That traffic's going to back up, and that traffic circle that we just opened up to let traffic flow is not going to do any good. So I'm not a fan of the opening that traffic circle up. I think it slows the traffic down. It allows it to flow better on Pearland Parkway. But I think we're going to block traffic up on the north and south end once we open that up to more traffic being able to flow through there faster. But I'm not a traffic engineer, and I've argued a lot of traffic issues with y'all before.
Sure.
But that's just how I see it.
So we've made those requests. That's actually City of Houston at the Beltway. We made those requests, and we continue to ask them to take a look at that. But the real driver behind the traffic circle modifications is not necessarily to push more traffic through that circle. It's to push it through there more safely, because one of the most difficult, dangerous moves that's out there right now is eastbound McCard to southbound Pearland Parkway, because they are facing traffic coming southbound on Pearland Parkway that do not have to yield or stop. And so the traffic models show that when we punch McCard through, we're going to increase that traffic movement eastbound on McCard significantly, and making that PM peak a very difficult maneuver where people will start trying to jump in line and shoot the gaps and cause additional accidents. So that's the real driver behind the traffic signal modifications. It's not to push more through there. We think we can push more through there more safely.
That's something we really need to pay a little attention to, because when we finish the section from Macau over to Cullen, you can get on that's where the circle is now, where McCard is. You can drive all the way to 59 in Sugar Land, same road. That's going to increase the traffic on that particular roadway. And what we're trying to do is we've got the McCard Road traffic in there, but our local traffic is taking care of these feeder roads on the side. I guess I'm not sure whether you call them feeder roads or not, but it's southbound traffic coming on McCard Road. It avoids the circle. And southbound coming from Houston off the Beltway, come around, circle around, there's a roadway for it to go on, but not on McCard roads, because that's going to be kind of crowded in there, with people finally deciding in Sugar Land they want to come down to this area. They can do it real fast. And it's going to increase traffic.
So in that same vein as to what Councilmember Moore was the point he was making with that signal, I had this very similar observation, especially with the graphic showing the line coming directly from McCard down to.
Put that picture up there of the intersection. I think it sort of shows some of what I was trying to talk about.
So that, I guess, to try to put into a question, what is that safety versus potential traffic? I mean, what I'm sure that's been taken into consideration with putting a signal at Forest Park, but it really does. I mean, from just looking at it, looks like it's just potential for traffic backup. And I'm sure that whatever your analysis of that is.
So I guess I don't understand the flow on the traffic circle, I guess, is my main issue. Okay. Because everybody's talking about McCard being increased traffic, but I don't see that it really is that much better of a situation.
Councilman Moore, let me go ahead and explain the traffic circle that I have sitting up here, or the roundabout as it is formally called. What we have out there right now is more considered of a traffic circle. Roundabout, the function here is that we're keeping the 3 legs on the outside. Those are fly-offs or bypass lanes. So if you're traveling north on Pearland Parkway and you want to go to the Beltway, you would stay on the bypass lane and avoid the roundabout completely, and you can stay on the traveling speed that you're going and continue on to the Beltway. If you're coming from the Beltway and heading south and you want to head towards McCard and go westbound, you'd stay on that leg or that bypass lane and then continue traveling southbound over and then transitioning onto McCard Road. The one that Mr. Epperson was talking about is the transition from McCard Road to South Pearland Parkway. Currently, that transition right now, those coming from McCard need to yield.
I bet that we'd get some.
Here we go. Let me turn mine off. There we go. Here's the existing configuration. So traveling eastbound on McCard, you need to yield right at the circle. However, everybody coming southbound from Houston or from Beltway 8 on Pearland Parkway does not have to yield. And there is a potential conflict movement there where people are trying to shoot the gap or take this at a faster speed on the circle that has caused issues and caused moments, potential conflicts there. And you can continue then going south on Pearland Parkway at that point, or try, as you said, on McCard, try and shoot the gap and then transition over. And then when you want to go north on Pearland Parkway, you have to yield in the circle as well. Under the current roundabout standards that are today, or what a true roundabout runs, is that you would yield to the roundabout, and then when you get in the circle, you have the primacy to drive around the circle. You are in the lead. Everyone on the outside has to merge in with you. So the conflicts are reduced based on a standard traffic signal, and then you can merge off. So
Well, because it is combines mobility and safety at the same time, I think the Transportation Policy Council would probably look favorably upon that for funding.
So I just want to add to what Robert said, to just make a distinction between what we have out there today is not what we conceive of as roundabouts. The way it was designed, it's much higher speed than you would design in a normal roundabout, and so it doesn't function like a roundabout as we typically think of a roundabout. It's a much larger circle, much higher speed on the roads entering and exiting the roundabout.
Can we go to the slide right before this one?
Correct.
So that's the other part of the question is it looks like if we improve the traffic flow, excuse me, especially if McCard is connected all the way through and we make it easier for people to then go from McCard going east onto Pearland Parkway, that signal just seems like potential for backup. More traffic. Yeah, the one you're talking about.
But if you ever been over there, something is needed there, because it's hard to get in and out of that development there, and I mean you're playing Frogger to go across 2 lanes of traffic to get just to the middle to wait for the traffic going north to get over into one of those lanes. It's pretty bad, and it's all hours of the day.
It's going to get worse too.
So at this point, it's just about safety is kind of the trumping force.
Safety is always the driving factor when you come to accident history, when you're talking mobility. Also, as Councilman Moore pointed out, that is also one of the exits for Lakes of Highland Glen as well, and one of the other subdivisions on the other side. And so, yes, but during the aspect of when Councilman Reed was mentioning about previous, that was a super street concept where each of those intersections, for example, would have only hooded lefts, so no one can make the through movement where you needed to make a right turn, go down to the next U-turn movement or left turn, make a U-turn, and then be able to go north and then back on Pearland Parkway, for example. With this concept of removing that type of concept, we would go with a traffic signal here as the ability to make a left turn safely and correctly. The other, with the true roundabout, is that the speeds in the roundabout are only about 25 miles an hour. Once you enter into the roundabout because of the smaller circle, and then be able to exit out safely and then continue moving on, versus the speeds that people are taking our current traffic circle at right now. But if you want to continue, like I said, continue moving forward going northbound or transitioning from McCard to Pearland Parkway or vice versa, you'd use the bypass lanes.
So we're really not solving a traffic problem. We're just lessening the hazard to come in and out, because what I'm hearing y'all say is that we need this done because of McCard Road, which if the traffic on McCard Road is increased, that just pushes more traffic into the circle with people that are coming northbound into the circle to go on McCard to get on 35 or go to the school that's over there or what have you. So this somewhat lessens the traffic congestion at the circle, I guess. I go this way sometimes in the morning, but I don't go that way very often because I can't get onto the Beltway because it's too backed up because there's only one lane to turn.
So, Mr. Mayor, Council, this particular project is one of the many that we need direction on, whether or not you want to move forward. The actual project itself, I think from a staff perspective, we think it's a viable project. We think it's engineered as best it can possibly be, and we just need direction moving forward. Do you want it in, or do you not want it in? We think it's a good project, and we'd recommend it. We recommend it.
Well, I have one question. I know you asked the question. You don't want to answer that question, but with regard to Discovery Bay, how soon are we going to move on putting a light at Discovery Bay and Business Center Drive? Is that really going to be part of? Go ahead, Robert. You touched something. I got it.
Councilman Reed, that signal is actually part of the toll road project with Brazoria County in that aspect. So as soon as that project's completed, there will be a signal at that intersection.
What are there any plans for improvements down Business Center Drive as you get? I mean, like that between HEB and Academy. I mean, do we have any plans for that? Because I know there was some presented when we had contracted. I forget what his name, but
yes,
yeah,
it was with Cobb Finley provided us some information in that program. We need to continue to work with the developers who still own the land there, taking a look at the cross movements across. So we'll say the movement going perpendicular to the road, say from McDonald's over to the other side. Those type of conflicts, we've been working with the police department as well. We'd like to be able to work an agreement to close those, but then also deal with the intersection, Memorial Drive, just north of HEB. Also, we've looked at, and the recommendation came from the consultant to look at a roundabout there as well, to continue to move vehicles through that area because of the left turn movements, and proceed from that. That is one of the recommendations that would be looked at for that intersection.
So is Mark still consulting?
Mark is still consulting, but he's with another company.
Okay, so I mean, are there any plans for us to actually like follow through in the next 2 to 5 years, actually 2 to 3 years, to actually build something there, or is this just all?
So as part of the TERS budget amendment that we did earlier this year, we included several traffic intersection improvements in that. So if that's a priority we want to look at to move to push forward, that's something we can look at definitely within the next 2 to 3 years.
In TERS 2? TERS 2?
Yes, sir. And I believe up to this point, kind of what's been the roadblock there is that is closing off any of those median openings that provide all that crossing back and forth between the developments there. If we're ready to take the stance that we're going to close those and make that safer and make that function better, we can definitely move forward with that.
So are we going to continue to do that? Are we going to continue to go to the TERS whenever it's that side of the freeway? I mean, because
I don't know that we're going to continue to go to the TERS. We included several intersection improvements in the last TERS budget amendment that was already approved this past year. So I believe we could do that intersection or do that stretch of road, do some improvements in there out of what we put in the budget this past year.
Yeah, I mean.
And I think if the TERS continues to produce additional revenue before it ends in 2029, that's a viable option for other projects as well that aren't included at this point.
But don't we move to the bottom? I mean, doesn't it kind of cycle around to where somebody else is up next? I don't.
You get in line when you get your project completed and you get all your paperwork turned in. Then you get placed in line for reimbursement.
Are we're going to continue to stay at the front? I mean, we have 3 or 4 projects now, so we're going to continue to stay at the front of the line. Like, How's that working?
Our project that was completed several years ago, the Broadway project, we're in line for that. The projections show we'll see reimbursement from that in 2022, 2023. It's about $8 million. The other projects that have been included now in the budget haven't been completed, so we can put our letter, we're looking after New Year's to put our letter of financing agreements together on several of the projects, one of them being the trail project we discussed earlier tonight, Fire Station 8, and potentially the library as well. Put those together after New Year's so that we capture an additional year of the engineering ENR inflationary factors. And then we'll have that in place, but we do not get in line until we complete those projects.
So when you say potentially the library, what's that mean? Does that mean
I meant potentially this year. We, depending on how fast we move towards construction, we may put that LFA letter of finance agreement in place in the subsequent year.
We will move towards construction.
We're doing the design right now.
Yeah. Okay.
I meant potentially do the LFA this next year.
Okay. Thank you.
You know, Robert, the thing I see in what we've got here for 119 million is mobility and quality of safety, mobility of transportation, and also safety of transportation. Look at quality of life issues, which are the some of the things that we stress as part of what we are, quality of life issues. And preparing for the next Harvey, your drainage and water moving storage capabilities. So I don't know that any of those are, every one of them, you've heard a big story tonight about the Animal Services Center, and I think that's needed if that's part of quality of life and part of what we are. But I think what we've put together here are, which one would you pull out? They're either mobility, safety of mobility, and more roadways, which is we've been complaining about. We've got the quality of life issues with some of the issues on nature trails and things, which is one of the things that we have put together as part of our master plan. And water control options.
Mayor, if we could
can you beat that?
Back up to Derek, Councilman Reed, and just so we're not here all night, I mean, I'm fine at 1 through 10 and 16. If
the what?
1 through 10 and number 16 to get the drainage up there.
Where's 115 and 116?
1 through 10.
Okay, I'm looking down there, yeah.
And adding number 16 for about an $81 million bond package.
And I'm fine with all of that except for 2 and 3 out and 15 up in their place. Although that puts us at 88 million.
Is there any way we can build this Taj Mahal for animals for a little less than approaching $14 million? My dog's going to be running away to live at this place.
Which one is 14?
Oh, they've got it ranked number 5. It's $666 per square foot, which you can build a custom-built home for $250 a square foot.
So we've worked through the scope with PD and animal control and the architect to do the programming for the building based on the needs, based on our historical amount of animals that go through our shelter, and the size of our city and the expected growth that we'll see over the next several years. And we had a good meeting where I think the animal control folks took a look at what spaces were absolute needs versus what some of the nicer to do things were. And I think we've got a pretty tight program and a building here. It's just the size of the building to accommodate the needs we have is a sizable building. It's about
21,000 square feet.
22,000 square feet. So I think That's my assessment through sitting through one meeting with our projects folks and our animal control and PD folks, and they may have some additional feedback for your question if they want to address it.
I think some of that includes office space too, doesn't it?
Yes, Councilman Owen, there is, it's office space as well as animal facilities as well in there. It also has storage of food, storage of their supplies inside the building versus right now they're stored outside in Connex boxes. So those items are then now inside the facility. With regards to Councilman Little, your question, is that the rendering that we have right now to set forth? Of course, this is the early stage of that project. As we did these type technical memos and renderings, it was just ideas put forth to get a concept of what things look like. We spent more time looking at what the facility would look like inside the building, not so much on the facade on the outside. And I know there's still questions and discussion items of what that facade would look like to match more about what's the surrounding area where we place this facility. That'll still be ongoing. But due to the specialty needs associated with animal control, animal facilities and animal shelters to control noise, to maintain cleanliness, to meet the standards in the industry, you do see higher costs where you start getting in the range and above what I would say would be with our fire stations and comparable. They are specialty facilities that are there.
On the fire training building, is that just additional, or do we have to go to Houston for fire training, or what?
I'm going to go ahead and let Chief Jackson go ahead and answer that question in terms of where they conduct their training at this time. But this would be a training facility for us and for our firefighters at the fire admin facility.
So currently we go to several different facilities outside the city to perform training. The current training facility we have would be that 4-story tower that you see out there. It's going on 20 years old. It's outlived its purpose for what we need. It was good for 20 years ago for an all-volunteer fire department, but for today's firefighting needs, it's not sufficient for training anymore.
Okay, so that'd be taking that down and building a new facility then?
No, sir, we'd leave that one there to continue to use it for the 4 stories, to be able to do drills with that. But currently, there's only a small corner in that building on the first floor that we can currently do live fire training in. So the actual upper floors, we cannot do any kind of live fire training in, but there's other training needs we could use out of that, especially with mid-rises and high-rises coming in the future for standpipe operations, sprinkler operations, things such as that, rappelling, things like that. But for the bread and butter firefighting that we do is what we call it, so to speak, of the training that we do, we don't have a facility here in Pearland to use.
Do you currently use the one in Houston, I guess, behind?
We haven't for several years. It's hard to get on their calendar with all the classes they have. There's one in Friendswood. There's one in Angleton, Richmond, areas such as that. But to use the one we have here is just insufficient for what we need.
Yeah, well, it's not much money. I just want to know where you're doing it now, knowing that we had that facility out there. But if it's not adequate, that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Earlier, it was mentioned that that could be used also for training with police and so forth as well. It could have multiple purposes. What are some of those other purposes?
That wouldn't be for the fire training building that we're speaking of now. That would be the phase 2. That'd be the rest of the complex. There's other things out there that could be used by the other city departments.
Okay.
One other one on the, are you through? Hickory Slough Detention Pond. I think, that's a good project. I'm just kind of wondering about the $10.5 million for the sports complex. Is that really needed right now?
I'll make a couple of comments and then let the project folks jump in. Dating back to 2005, when we did the Parks and Open Space Master Plan, one of the things that it specifically talked about from an outdoor standpoint was the number one priority on our community were outdoor playing fields. Of course, that was the whole plan behind the 2007 bond referendum where we added additional facilities. We're still in need for those playing fields. What this project would do, in addition to the add of all of those playing fields, it would add another restroom concession, basically double what we have there. There are 3 fields from the existing complex that I believe would need to be lit, and all of the new fields would also be lit as part of this project. So from a master plan standpoint, yes, we believe our citizens have said that that's something that's needed at this time.
Yes, $10.5 million on that one. Is that a dry detention? I will assume it would be. That Hickory Slough detention pond would be a dry detention, right?
That's correct, Councilman Owen. It is a dry facility. Of course, as flows happen with Hickory Slough coming up and then coming into the facility, then after that, when it's full, it will be pumped out. And then there is an overflow weir as well.
Okay.
On the park equipment replacement, I had questions about, some of these conferences, they have programs that provide for grants and so forth to replace and provide new equipment for parks, things like that. Or have we explored those, or is there any way to mitigate that cost?
So council,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Anytime the grants become available, Councilman, we do look for those naturally, but what this is going to encompass is not only the large-scale singular components that we could apply for grants for, but these are going to be those aging components that, as we see them prior to them actually aging out and using a recapitalization dollar versus a replacement dollar, hoping to cut back on some of the 200 to 400% deferred revenue costs, depending on what school of thought you adhere to. So yes, there are grants for some of those. Yes, Mr. Hardy helps us look at some of those. But to date, most of those grants have been, if I had to put a number out, somewhere in the $25,000 to $30,000 range, which seems like a lot of money, but it doesn't go very far with park components.
You know, when you try to work these darn bond issues, we had, excuse me, bless you. If we floated this at 119, what we have here, we won't be spending that money for quite a while. And the library across from City Hall is a good example. That was 1997 bond issue, I believe. And maybe a little older than that. That's 20 years old. We floated it back in. We just finally got around to using the bonds and spending the money for doing the library that we proposed 20 years ago. So we're going to find that same situation with the selection of projects here, that some of them we're going to do real fast, some of them it'll take forever for us to finish them. So I don't know, picking at each one specific one. I think it should, if it's on the list, I think it's something we need to do eventually.
And Mayor, that's why I'd like to draw the line, as I mentioned, at 10, pull up 16, so it's a smaller, more manageable project. So we don't take it to the voters, they pass it, and it takes 12 years to get the projects done. I think hopefully at a more manageable size, then we can go to the voters and we can get this done. And if we need to go back again in 5 or 6 years, we can. So anyway, I think that's one of the big arguments that I would have to try to keep it at maybe the top 10 projects.
Mm-hmm. Break it up.
I wanted to then also, I guess,
it
in
would
that.
sell a lot easier, and it would also, I think we'd pick those that are going to be sitting there for 10 years, and it'll be on the next bond issue. But at least have a list of things that we need to do, and I think this is going through a good vetting process to get where we are today on this one, although I could probably put a couple more on there, but maybe we could bring it down to a smaller number, and with the idea of keeping this list and prepare several years, let's bring it back out again.
So, Mr. Mayor, when we initially started talking about all these projects, council's directive was to shorten the term. And so what we put together for you here is a series of projects that I think from a staff standpoint, we feel like we can get started within the next minimum 3 to 5 years. Is that correct, Mr. Epperson?
Yes, sir. The goal here, even at the $120 million package, was as long as, that we move forward over the next several years and sell the bonds as scheduled, that this would be, we'd have all construction completed in just right around 5 years, that we wouldn't, it wouldn't extend out. The 2007 package, which has taken now about 11 years to get to completion, was a much larger package, $162 million. And then we also slowed down the sale of the bonds for many years during the recession. So those were the factors that led to those projects extending that long. We do believe with this, any of these packages, that 5 years is feasible as long as we sell the bonds, make the decision to do that. And of course, within 5 years, the other risk factor that we hopefully mitigate is any economic issues by keeping it much shorter.
Keep it on the parks. I really don't want to lose momentum with Independence either, and the phase 2, bringing it to the point to where we can start bringing in more festivals, events, things like that. I've done some research into some of the festivals and some of the parks, like Harmon Park in Houston. Some of those festivals can generate per vendor tens of thousands of dollars per day. We're talking millions of dollars in business in the course of a day, which generates sales tax, which brings thousands of visitors to the festivals and so forth. I think that it's a very, very worthwhile expense to take to the voters, especially from a quality of life perspective, also from a economic perspective for the city as well. I would very much like to see that move forward, as quickly as possible for the benefit of the city.
What you're saying is that we would have 10-year, 20-year wait list on you think with this, if we could go with this, you could get in most of it pretty well in the last 5 or 7 years.
As Mr. Epperson stated, as long as council's willing to move forward with the issuance of the debt, we could easily accomplish at least getting these projects underway and mostly completed within 5 years.
There's everything on there needs to be done.
How good are these numbers, John?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you may recall back when we met back in April, you gave us permission to go ahead and enter into agreements for PERs on these projects. We believe that the numbers are as realistic as you're going to get. And as Mr. Epperson mentioned, based on timing, we've built in contingencies and additional costs that would be associated with the project. But we think you've got a good list of numbers right here before you.
So at the top 10 there, it's 76 million. So you got 15% contingency in that, Trent?
Councilman Owen, this is set up with 20% contingency.
How much?
20. So this was set up with a construction estimate that was developed based on the market values today, as I mentioned in the presentation, and then we took that that construction estimate, we added our standard, what we've developed in the project side is 15% for engineering design, and then a cumulative total of 10% for administration services. After that, which is inspections, testing, and construction management, and then also put a contingency on top of that.
So out of the 76 million there, we've got 15 million in contingency.
Depending on the project, it could potentially be there.
So one of the reasons behind that is that lessons learned from the last go around, we did full-blown 30% design preliminary engineering for the 2007 bond projects, and with the expectation that we would be able to benefit from most of that preliminary engineering work. One of the things that we were not able to benefit from once we got a few years into the program was just about every project we had to go redo the surveying, and we spent a significant amount of on-the-ground surveying work for those preliminary engineering reports in 2006 for the 2007 package. So this time we looked at, instead of having to spend that money twice, are there alternatives to that? We can use LiDAR, we can use drone surveying data and those sort of things. So while we think that's good for doing preliminary engineering, it's a little bit lighter preliminary engineering than we did last go around. And so we felt with a little bit lighter preliminary engineering that we needed a little bit more contingency built into this. And that also takes care of any, if we see inflation exceed what the norm would be, which it seems like inflation in construction is either extremely high or extremely low or negative, but to take into account those sort of things. Because, and especially, and we actually did probably more work on some of the park projects than we did last time to get the estimates correct. Because that's where we really got tight on the 2007 bond packages. We had a scope of a project, and we really couldn't complete that scope without augmenting those budgets. So we're just trying to make sure that we do have budgets that do reflect the scope and the risk that those projects have at this point, so that we're not having to augment those budgets in the future.
Yeah, I had, going back to where Councilmember Moore and Councilmember Reed was talking about on the traffic circle improvements. I think from the last time that we discussed that, I believe the part of it was that when McCard kicks in, that's really when we get that finished, that's going to impact the traffic more. And that circle there, what's the time frame as it stands now on McCard of getting a finished product there?
Currently, right now, as you have all been in process with through land condemnation proceedings and hearings, we've pretty much gone through almost all the land. We're in the acquisition phase. Hopefully, that'll be completed by by May of next year, and moving forward then to final design, which we're at 95%, getting it to XDOT for their final review, and then with the anticipation of letting the project in August.
All right, so that would be something, say, in the next 3 years, 3.5 years, we'll probably hopefully have it completed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's a John Hargo project there. That was his claim to fame, is to put the traffic circle in on there. I'm in agreement, really, like Tony was talking about, in the top 10 through there, but then adding the fire training burn facility for 1.3 and the Hickory Slough detention. I think anything that we do on the detention is a positive thing for us for the 4.7. But I think, out of that, I don't know what that gets us up to in the numbers on there. But I think anything that we can do on that, and the animal service shelter, I think, that's where I got my 2 dogs, and they've been costing the heck out of me lately. But that one is in pretty much a deplorable condition since the last time we were over there to go through and take a look at that. And I think, something like that probably needs to be done on there. And then from what I gather of going through here, there's going to be office space there and vets be able to come in and storage places.
Yes, sir.
Is that, speaking about it this time tonight, that people come in as Hill House, the location that's going to go, or is it something more visible to catch most east and west people?
Councilman Owen, that is still in progress. I know on our CIP plan we talked about Hill House in there, but in working with PD and Animal Services as well, is that we're looking for that site to be on city property, but in the same central location. So
big sign out front on 518, so people will know where it's at.
Yes, sir.
On there, if that's where we're going through on that one. So that's pretty well, what I think as far as that goes. Certainly all the detention that we can do as far as that, or reconstruction on the drainage improvements and stuff like that. I think, a lot of this come out, and the location of these came out right after Harvey, and seeing the areas that we really needed to go into and do some work in those areas. But that's just my thought.
There's another option. Why don't we pick some of these roadways and see if we can get those plugged in on the next tip coming up? Because we've got a tip coming up here for pretty soon. Because that way we can get to wind up with a bunch of 80/20s. And see if we can't have a double approach to it. One is a bond issue, and one is a tip program on the run those through and see how we do, because we got time to at least take a chance on that. Because when are we going to, John, when are we going to put this out on the road to follow the election?
So, Mr. Mayor, back a couple of months ago, I think it was October, we gave you a list of projects to be submitted, and we've submitted our application. This particular referendum would go before the voters in this coming May of 2019. So these projects, in most cases, would be projects that we would issue debt for. So what I've heard so far is I've heard overall that there's somewhat of a consensus, at least by numbers, of 1 through 10. Plus, I also heard the addition by one council member of number 14. I heard the addition of number 16. And that's kind of where I am right now from a consensus, or somewhat of a consensus standpoint. I'd like to hear further guidance.
Mr. Branson, I think there was also mention of number 15. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I would be interested if my councilman would entertain giving staff direction for 1 through 10, 14, and 16 with an amount of $80 million. And would that be completely non-realistic?
So I think those add up to about 82.6.
Yeah.
So
can you find 2.6 in there? Mm-hmm. If you can, we can call it a night, maybe.
We can reduce the price of this animal shelter. It's Taj Mahal, as Councilmember Little put it. Is that?
We wouldn't recommend that. I mean, these are our recommended projects, and of course, it is the council's decision on how we move forward with this. But that's where we are on the recommendation. I do want to add on, as the mayor asked about the TIP projects, and Robert did mention this in his presentation. If we take the Bailey Road expansion, which is project number 8. It's $19.5 million. That project has been submitted for TIP funding. If we are to find out in January that final decision won't be made in January, but if we're to find out when we see our preliminary list of TIP projects for the region that project's likely to be funded, it's high enough on the list that we feel comfortable that it will be funded, we can bring that back when we discuss these again in January and say, that road project's going to get 20% funded or 80% funded from the TIP. We can do our matching funds with COs down the road, because likely going through that project development process takes a little bit longer. Actually, for Bailey, it won't, but if it's one of the other road projects, it typically takes, 3 to 5 years to get the project ready. And then, that kind of frees up that 80% or that full 19.5 to then pick up some of the additional projects, whether we decide to move up a road project or just let the projects kind of get picked up from there. So we kind of still have that little bit of a moving target, and we expect to know mid-January where things stand within the TIP selection process. The final decisions won't be made on that until March. But if we move forward with a proposition for road projects, that we're able to do any named road projects plus any other road projects with those road bonds, much like we did with 2007, because we did not anticipate 80% funding on Pearland Parkway or Bailey Road. But when we did get that funding, we were able to utilize those bond funds on many of our other needed roadway projects that we've been able to accomplish since then.
So you're saying that at 100, we'd be good because that 19.5 is probably going to end up being potentially funded by TIP.
I'm not going to say probably at this point. It's
you have a good
something
chance.
I'm not even saying that at this point. I'll know much more in January.
And we don't have to make a real decision on this until after that.
Well,
That's correct. I think we wanted to get some feedback on, which projects tonight. We know, knowing that there's still a little bit of that there with the tip projects, and where. So basically, and then the overall size of projects, because that, in essence, drives the debt service rate that we would want to kind of nail down on that final package number to present to you in January.
So at Max Road, that couldn't get on the tip, right?
The Max Road extension from Hughes to McCard, we submitted that project as well. So that's another one that could potentially, by January, we find out we've got another funding source on that.
So we run through and do this now, and then in January we feel, a little bit warmer feeling about getting those 2 roads on the tip. Then that would give us ability to do some other things, from getting 80% payment out of it and us putting in 20. So
yes, sir. And I think that's why we wanted to focus tonight on what is the maximum package size we want to look at, and then make sure we've got these projects prioritized for moving forward in case we're fortunate enough to get any of that funding.
maybe we should put that number 15 on there. Run the numbers on it, Tony.
Add 12,850,000.
I mean, my intent is to try to keep it small, more manageable, so we can get it executed quickly and go back. And because right now we're going to the voters and saying, "Hey, trust us as a body." It only took us 11 years to get the 07 bond package done. I think we need to go back with a small bond, get it approved, get it done, and then go back for what is then determined to be what's next.
Well, we could. I mean, if you do that, then on there, well, then, if we're able to get that number 8 on Bailey Road and the other one on Hughes on there also, I mean, if we start paying 20% of that, hopefully, we could probably do that out of COs to clear those up.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think based on, I didn't hear any objections to Councilmember Carbone's recommendation that staff be directed to move forward with an $80 million bond package, including projects 1 through 10 plus 14, 15, and 16. 14 and 16, what, 15?
If you can shove 15 in there for $80 million.
Well, that would be based on if we get TIP funding of
you can
some of
sell
these other
roads
projects.
real easily.
If we get TIP funding, then
I think Tony had a good idea.
So I think one other thing, just to make sure we're all on the same page with, is that after 1 through 10 and 14 and 16, are there, if we get, say we do get Bailey Road in the TIP, that frees up some additional funds, are we okay with 11, 12, 13, 15, and 17 in that order, with however far down that moves the line?
I would rather switch 11 and 12. I mean, we spent a good part of tonight with P&Z plus several members of council talking about our fancy park and a gas station across the street from it. So, I mean, I think that's been something that's been highly anticipated for a while.
Yeah, but we hadn't even stepped foot on phase 1, so let us enjoy phase 1 for a little bit and get tired of phase 1 and then come back with phase 2. I
mean, why slow the momentum? I mean,
because it's $10 million. Well, that's
$10 million has a potential to generate.
Yeah, I don't buy
revenue,
that. I mean, I
quality of
understand
life.
the argument, but I don't. Not from a festival ROI standpoint. If so, EDC can kick in some more money.
Sound like we got a deal.
Go ahead, Tony.
If you find out in January that you're getting 80% supplemental funding for these for the road projects, how long is that good for? If they approve it, you have to utilize the funding within a certain period.
So when it is approved, it'll be approved based on a program. So The tip cycle is a 4-year program. So if it gets in the actual tip itself, it'll be within 4 years. Really, the only project we have ready that could get in the 4-year program is probably Bailey Road. But what we do is at the time we approve the 4-year tip cycle, we also have a 10-year program so that it basically commits to projects further in the future so that the local governments can start feeling comfortable that they're going to get those matching funds and we can start developing those projects. So that's another little bit of a wild card in there is that if we do get Bailey Road in the program, but it's in years 9 and 10 of the program, do we want to wait that long, or would we rather put it in our bond program and build it, starting next year or the year after? So that's still a little bit of something we'd have to look at as well. But as far as losing the dollars, they really don't go away as long as you move the project forward. As long as you just, if a local government never moved the project forward and we're 5 years late on it, they'd take the money away from it. But we wouldn't do that.
What would keep us from moving forward on that? I mean, if we had the money, our 20% kick in, is that what would keep us from moving forward on it?
Oh, I don't think there's anything that would keep us from moving forward on it. Everything we've ever gotten in the tip, we've always moved forward on. The question I was posing is if it gets in the 9th and 10th year of the program, but it's a road we think we need now and want to move forward with in the next couple of years, do we forego the matching funds 10 years from now to build the project next year with our local bond dollars?
Mr. Mayor, I think we have our direction at this point.
Okay, looking at my agenda, item 8 is mayor council issues for future, none there. Other business, none. Number 9 says I can adjourn at 9:40. Ladies and gentlemen, let me open a special meeting of the City Council of Pearland and the Planning and Zoning Commission of the City of Pearland at 6. Agenda says 6:30, but it's actually 6:40. Moving in the order of business here, item A is called to order. Item B is for the Planning and Zoning. Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Mayor. All members of the Planning and Zoning Commission are present and accounted for.
Okay. Moving to City Council, those who were here, roll call for the council is in place. Moving to joint special meeting number 1. Mr. Chairman, would you place this on our agenda, on our table for consideration as the action item?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 1 is conditional use permit application number CUP 18-00017. Is a request of Noma Engineering and Construction represented by Khalid Gunaim, applicant on behalf of Mustaf Sharafi, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit CUP to allow for an auto repair minor use located in the Old Town Site General Business OTGB zoning district on approximately 0.4796 acres. General location is 2450 Main Street.
Okay. Moving to item A, application information case summary. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next CUP case is for a minor auto repair at a property located at 2450 Main Street in Old Town General Business with future land use map of Village District. This is a map of zoning and aerial showing the property located in Old Town General Business. Next one is the future land use map showing the property in Village District. This is a proposed site plan of the minor auto repair shop. So the proposed use is consistent with a comprehensive plan, a future land use map. And also, the main street is a major thoroughfare with sufficient width. The property, the proposed site plan is in compliance with UDC, and the property has been platted in 2018 and has access to city water service. Staff recommends approval of the proposed use as it's consistent with all the criteria for approval. And that completes the staff report. Thank you.
Completes your report?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving to item 2, applicant presentation. Is the applicant here and would like to make a presentation? Please come to the podium. And be sure and give us your name and address. And tell us what your plan is.
Thank you. My name is Hussam Ghanem.
Just speak into the thing so we can all hear you.
Thank you. My name is Hussam Ghanem. I'm the engineer on the project, and we are proposing a minor use or minor repair shop. We locate on Main Street and Pear Street, the northwest corner, and we're using city water, city sewer as well. I'm not sure exactly what I was going to say about the property, but I think it's pretty straightforward. It's going to be a small development. So,
okay.
If you have any questions, please let me know.
Great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You might sit down close so we can respond, ask questions of you, and you won't have to go back and forth. That information, please. So let's move to item 3, which is person wishing to speak for or against the proposed request. Councilmember Reed, would you present these individuals?
I don't have any speaker requests for this item, but is there anybody in the audience that's wishing to speak for or against this request? Once more, is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak for or against this request? There's no one tonight, Mayor.
Okay, then let's move to item B, which is Planning Commission staff discussion. Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission.
Darrell, do you have any comments? Mayor, the commission doesn't have any comments. No comments, Mayor.
No comments? Okay. Let's move to item 2, which is City Council comments, staff discussion. Council have any question or comment? Council Carbone?
One of the comments the applicant made is they're tying into city water and sewer. And looking at the vicinity map, it doesn't appear to be a sewer line in the area. Is that correct? And I really don't, I mean, it doesn't change my decision on the CUP, but I'd just like to head off potential conflict if there is one.
That'd be a question of Public Works.
So, apologies. Your question was you don't see a sewer line, correct?
Correct.
So, can we go back to the actual map? One of the maps, any of the maps? That's it, perfect. No, the one, that's good, that's good. So, right here, the only shot that's down here, actually, the sewer line is up right. And when we spoke with the city council, when we spoke with the preliminary planning commission the very first time about the design, they said that's where the location we need to go to.
Okay.
For sewer line.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have a comment? Question, comment?
Comment, Mayor.
Ms. Reed?
No comment.
I think it's that area needs some revitalization, so I think the drawing I see can only improve that area, so I don't have any problem with it.
Any other comments? Any further comments? Staff wrap up? Have a wrap up comment?
I don't have further comment. Thank you.
Okay. Moving to item number C, which is City Council new business. We have a Consider and possible resolution R2 CUP 18-00017. As Little, do you have any questions? If not, a motion? Motion.
Consideration possible action resolution number CUP 18-00017. So moved.
We have a motion. Did I hear a second? We have a motion and a second. Mr. Secretary, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Councilmember Little? Aye. Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Owens?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbone?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Aye.
Motion passed 6-0.
Okay. That information wrapped up. Let's move to joint public special meeting number 2. Ask the chairman of the planning commission to read into the record the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. This is conditional use permit application number CUP 18-00026. Request by Alan Mueller, applicant on behalf of the Center at Kirby Ridge, LLC, owner for approval of conditional use permit CUP to allow for an art studio on 3.79 acres at 3695 Kirby Drive.
Information in the record. Let's move to item A on our agenda, application information case summary, staff report.
Thank you. Here. So the next CUP case is for an art studio gallery at a property located at 3695 Kirby Drive, a neighborhood service zone district. Future land use plan is low density residential and minor retail not.
Okay, that information in the record. Let's move to applicant. Is the applicant here? Good. The applicant presentation. Thank you. Good to see you tonight.
See you. Thank you. Alan Mueller, 4201 Broadway here in Pearland. Just briefly, if you may recall, we did a CUP on this property about a year ago. And there's 2 categories in the UDC that were similar. We applied for studio or learning center for fine or performing arts. As it turns out, the more correct category to use is art museum, dealer, or studio. And so this is for a business that's like painting with a twist, where you come in and they teach you how to paint and you have drinks, I guess. So anyway, this was what we intended in the first place. We just made an error in picking the wrong category. So hopefully we'll answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see where we're at. Moving in our agenda to item number 3. Person to speak for or against the proposed request. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I don't have any speaker request form, but is there anybody in the audience that's wishing to speak for or against this request? One more time, is there anyone in the audience that's wishing to speak for or against this request? This is no one tonight, Mayor. Move on.
I'm following the same agenda that you have. Item number 3 is persons wishing to speak for or against the proposal, which we just passed then. Item B is Planning and Zoning Commission, Council, and Staff discussion. Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission.
Thank you. Mary? No comments, Mayor.
Moving item number 2, which is City Council comments and discussion. Council have any question or comment on this item?
Why do we have 2 separate categories? It seems confusing and more work for everybody. I'm sure there was some good idea at some point.
We've sort of had the same thought. It's we're currently going through a review of the land use table, and we'll probably, as we bring that forward for amendment, we'll probably have some recommendations with regard to the uses listed within.
Great idea, thank you. And I guess further, why a CUP for this as well? And that's time for a different discussion, but Yeah, I scratched my head in two different ways.
We'll add it to the list, sir.
Okay, moving to item 3, then would be staff. Any wrap-up comments?
No comment, Mayor.
No comments, okay. Moving in our agenda, item C, which is City Council new business. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, resolution number R2018, CUP 1800026. So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Secretary, we have motion second on the floor.
Councilmember Moore,
Aye.
Councilmember Owens,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbone,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Little. Motion passed 6-0.
Moving in our agenda to item joint special meeting number 3. Ask the chairman of the planning commission read into the record the purpose of this hearing tonight.
Thanks, Mayor. This is conditional use permit application number CUP 18-00027, a request of Juan J. Ramos and Monica Marine De Ramos, applicant and owner, for approval of conditional use permit CUP to allow for light manufacturing facility for thermal insulation equipment on a 0.63 acre lot located within the Garden O'Day mixed use zoning district. This is at 2213 Garden Road.
Moving in our agenda, with item A, which is application information, case summary, staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request for approval of a conditional use permit to allow a light manufacturing use, approximately half an acre lot located within the Garden O'Day mixed use zoning district. The purpose of the request is to allow the existing 9,180 square foot building on the subject property to be reused for the custom fabrication of thermal insulation equipment. Staff has not received any correspondence in favor or against the request. The subject property is located at 2213 Garden Road, the southeast corner of Garden Road and Marshall Lane. The subject property is abutted by a residential home from the north side, by a storage warehouse facility from the south side, and undeveloped parcels from the east and west. And it is surrounded by Garden O'Day mixed-use zoning district from the north, south, and west, and by residential zoning from the east side. The subject property is designated as Garden O'Day mixed use on the city's future land use plan. And this slide presents a survey map of the subject property, which reflects the 9,180 square foot storage warehouse that was developed in 1982, according to the appraisal district. This slide here presents a summary of the conformity of the proposed use to the city codes and plans. Proposed use is consistent with the future land use plan, as well as the thoroughfare plan. It's not consistent with the Unified Development Code because of an existing encroachment along the side, setback along the east side, which appears to be built prior to the adoption of the UDC. Property is platted, and the use will have access to city water and sewer. This slide here presents the proposed use, how the proposed use meets the criteria for approval for conditional use permit. The request was reviewed by the Development Review Committee, and the staff recommends approval of the request with the following condition. Remnant piece or remnant of a paved access to the subject site along Marshall Lane, which has been used as a vehicle parking in the street right-of-way, should be removed and returned to ditch such that the on-street parking within the right-of-way is prohibited. With that, I'll conclude my staff report, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, that completes your staff report, Art. Moving in our agenda to item number 2 is the applicant is here, right? Please come up, and you've got opportunity to make your comments, and please give your name and address so we can hear you, and talking to the mic too.
Yes, good evening. My name is Juan J. Ramos and my wife, Monica.
We purchased this building a couple of months back, and we didn't know exactly all the requirements. I guess we did everything backwards. We purchased the building first, and then we applied for the CUP permit. So now we're learning a lot of things about the building. It is located on the 2213 Garden Road. Right now, we operated on another facility on Telephone Road and Airport Boulevard for the last 12 years. And we specialize on manufacturing thermal insulation blankets. This is a material that is made custom-made for keep a low temperature and high temperature on pumps, flanges, and valves, on any equipment that might need to maintain a temperature. Just it can be high or low temperature. We have about 16 sewing machines. Just a regular sewing machine like we use to sew clothes. But all the thread and materials that we use is high temperature materials. And we're here to request for the permit for the CUP. Like I said before, we started looking for the building in Pearland, and we found this building, and we talked to the owner, and everything was moving along good until we purchased it. So the building is what it is. We haven't done anything ourselves. I noticed there is the yellow circle that's got to be modified. We have no problem. We can do that. Like I said, that was there before. And I don't know what else you want me to mention it to you. Yes.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any more? That information in the record as a response from the applicant. Moving in our agenda, item B, which is Planning Commission, City Council, and staff discussion. Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission, Planning and Zoning Commission comments at this point.
Excuse me, Mayor. I believe we haven't heard from the citizens yet. I don't know if anybody's here to speak about this issue, but
Planning Commission comments. You just did.
Is there anyone wishing to speak for or against this CUP? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and come up.
Fill out the form.
And if you don't mind filling out the form, did you already fill out a form? If you don't mind filling out a form after you finish speaking. Just state your name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you have about a minute left.
We're the owners of the property directly behind the building. We didn't realize we had to fill out a form. We've had other things going on. I do have some questions concerning this. I guess my question is, because this is a residential piece of property directly behind, what would the noise level be if for light manufacturing? Is it 5 days a week, 6 days a week, 7 days a week? Are evenings going to be worked? If you use 16 sewing machines, are you going to have 16 employees? And will you have parking enough for that? And the other thing, are the hours like 8 to 5? Does it go 12-hour shifts, or how would it go? And I do know that Garden is going to be expanded. Garden is considered a collector street, and they're going to be expanding that. So my question is, with the expansion of Garden, how is that going to affect their property versus getting their employees on? And my biggest concern, like I said, is the noise of it, and also what type of trash, industrial trash will have to be put out. And being that it's a thermal insulation blanket, is there going to be anything flying around as far as fibers and things like that? We just find out a little bit more before you approve this.
Thank you for your comments.
excuse me, could we get you to identify yourself, ma'am, for the record? I don't believe we heard your name and address.
It's Mary Sessoms. We live at 314 Forest Lake Drive in Seabrook, Texas. The property was originally purchased for us to build, but my daughter had the audacity to move out of Pearland.
Can you also fill out a form? They'll make sure you get one over there. Is there anybody else in the audience wishing to speak for or against this conditional use permit? One more time, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak for or against this permit, this conditional use permit? I think that's it, Mayor.
Okay. That information there, I think I kind of slipped over that a little bit too, a little faster than I had planned. We heard the comments from planning and zoning. Oh, there's one other.
No, not at this time. We'll ask the questions. Go ahead, Mayor. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, you completed your comments.
No, sir. Anybody?
Okay, moving then to item 2, which is city council comments. Does the council have any comments?
Yeah, I do, Mayor.
You haven't done it yet, huh? Okay. Santa Claus, we need to work on that.
I think Mrs. Sessom asked 2 questions I had. One, does the business produce any noise levels that would affect the community or smells, fibers? That's the question I had. The other question she also answered for me, so I don't have any further questions. Okay, can you answer those questions?
Okay, I should have brought a sample of what we do. Just to give an idea, they called us for a company that they build in pumps or skids, and they want a blanket to go over to keep people from getting burned for personal protection. We use cloth that's covered with silicone. The silicone keeps the water away from the equipment, and that's like a regular cloth. The thread that we use, like a regular thread for clothing. The fiberglass that we use is free of asbestos. Everything that we purchase from our suppliers, it doesn't harm anyone. And we've been doing this for 36 years. Previously, I worked for a company for 20 years and then 5 years for another. And my wife and I, we've been on our own for 12 years. And we never have an issue. Where we are located right now, Airport Boulevard and Telephone Road, there's houses around us. And we always keep our area clean. Concerning to the noise, I don't know, maybe several people here have a sewing machine on their home. It's just like a regular sewing machine. The doors is closed, you don't even hear the sewing machine. And all 16, they're not running at the same time. Concerning about the trash, we got the dumpster. And if people is afraid of the leftover material, we can get the industrial trash bags. We can put them in there, sit type, and throw it on the dumpster. That is not a problem for us if they think something is going to harm someone. But we never had a problem before with this.
Thank you.
And there's other 5, 6 different companies in Houston. They're doing the same thing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mary?
I don't see a problem with it at all.
I would echo staff's request to have the driveway removed, the remnants of the old driveway. I think that really should be added to the CUP.
I was just curious, what are your hours of operation? And if you're right, one sewing machine isn't allowed, but 16, are there 16 employees there at the same time?
Our regular hours of work is from 7 in the morning to 3:30 in the afternoon. At the office, we stay until 5:30. And from all the 17 employees that we have, Not all 17 are on the sewing machines. 4 are on the table cutting the cloth, others packing. So it's not 16 machines running at the same time. We have 16 because of backup. If one of the machines broke down, so they can move to the other one, so production can continue. Yes. Thank you.
That concludes our comments, Mayor.
That completes, okay. Moving in our agenda to item number 2, which is City Council comments and discussion. Do any of the council have any question or comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I do. Go ahead. Sir, just to answer a couple more questions. I guess this is more along the lines for staff. Do we know what the prediction is on the expansion on Garden Road and how much property we would end up taking in the expansion of that?
Good evening. Currently, Garden Road is not scheduled on our CIP list at this time. We continually reevaluate the needs throughout the city to develop that list. So we cannot give you an estimate at this time when that roadway would come up.
Okay, thank you.
It's currently identified as a major collector to be widened. Existing right-of-way is approximately 60 feet. Ultimate right-of-way is about 80 feet. Additional dedication of right-of-way of about 10 feet would be needed on either side.
Just for your information, sir. One other question. Is there enough parking to put 17 vehicles in this area without being out on the roadway?
I don't know how the 17 number came up, but I wish you can see in the pictures, we have 38 spaces for cars.
Okay.
So it's more than enough, more than 17 can fit.
I'm just trying to go through some of the questions that were asked to get answers to them so everybody knows. And then only one suggestion for you is that you probably don't have a lot of fabric left over from this because, I mean, that's cost to you. But any fabric that you do have left over, you might want to contact Keep Pearland Beautiful, and maybe you can get on the recycling program. They have a program where they'll collect material for recycle. I don't know if it's extended out to businesses, but it's something that you might check into.
Okay, no problem. Yes, sir.
No, I think all the questions I had written down have already been addressed.
I pulled up your current location is off of Evans. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. It looks like you do keep it clean, and you've got, I guess, your spot here, your Suite F. Is that correct? So it looks like you've got about 8 cars in your area. Those are your employees. You keep about 8 employees, or okay. Yeah. I mean, everything that you said seems to be confirmed by at least what Google shows me. So I appreciate you being here to answer our questions.
Well, the only thing that I have, when you showed the equipment that you were working on to do the covering and stuff like that on, are those brought in on large trucks or trailers, or how's that done?
No, so everybody get a better idea. From the pictures that I send, that's our finished product on the equipment. We travel, I got 4 guys and myself that we travel in the United States and overseas. We work in platforms, refineries, chemical plants, power plants. I go myself and do the design part. I take the measurements. I send those drawings to my people in the shop, and they cut it, they do the layout, and they sew it together. And then we ship the material to them, and they use their own people to install it, or we go and install it for them. The pictures, they're there. That's in McKinney, Texas, for a company called Vector Systems. And that's a finished product on their equipment.
Okay.
And they ship it all over the world. So that's what we do. none of this equipment, or the heavy machinery and all that, none of that stuff is gonna come to the building, to the building that we're planning to get the permit. No. We only manufacture and ship it out. That's it.
Good, thank you.
Any other question or comment? Councilman Reed?
No comment.
No comments, okay. Moving to item number 3 on the agenda. Does staff have a wrap-up comment at this point?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Moving to item C, which is a city council new business item. Councilmember Owens, so you present this for our consideration?
Mayor. Is this 27 or 28? 27, okay, consideration, possible action, resolution number CUP 18-00027. I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Secretary, we have a motion second on the floor.
Councilmember Owens?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbone?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Little?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Motion carried 6-0.
Moving in our agenda to new business, the joint special meeting number 4, which is CUP 18-00028. Mr. Chairman, would you place this item
Thank you, Mayor.
on the audio system you've got? And
Thank you, Mayor. This is conditional use permit application CUP 18-00028. This is a request of Penn Studio LLC, applicant represented by Nahid Hamonti, on behalf of Adam and Malik Developer LLC, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit CUP to allow for a gasoline station in conjunction with a convenience store on 2.05 acre lot located within the general business zoning district. This is at 3201 Pearland Parkway.
oh, thank you, sir. Moving in our agenda to item A, application information case summary. Number 1 is staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request for approval of a conditional use permit to allow a gasoline station in conjunction with a convenience store on approximately 2 acres lot located within the general business zoning district. Subject property has received approval for a conditional use permit last year to develop a convenience store with a gas station. However, no development has started and the CUP has now expired. Per the Unified Development Code, a conditional use permit expires if a building permit for the use has not been approved within 1 year of the date of the approval of the conditional use permit. This time, the applicant is seeking reapproval of the expired CUP with a few modifications to the site plan and facade elevations. These modifications include a 2,000 square feet reduction in the building footprint and relocating the drive-through window from the south side of the building, which faces John Lizer Road, to the north side of the building. The architectural theme of the center has remained the same with minor adjustment to the facade materials and openings. The purpose of this request is to develop a 4,500 square foot convenience store with 5 gasoline stations or 10 fuel pumps and a drive-through service. The site development also include 55 parking spaces and a future 3,000 square foot retail building with a drive-through on the north side of the convenience store. Staff has received 6 letters in opposition to this request. Subject property is located at 3201 Pearland Parkway, the northeast corner of Pearland Parkway and John Lizer Road. Site is bounded by the general business zoning to the north and west and by single-family residential 2 zoning to the east and single-family residential 1 to the south. The site is designated as retail offices and services on the city's future land use plan. This designation is intended to allow a variety of office and retail development. This slide on the screen shows buffer area like, just to give you a perspective on how many gasoline stations are located within a 1 mile buffer, 1.5 mile buffer, and a 2 mile buffer. It appears that there's only 5 within a 1 mile buffer, 3 within 1 mile and a half, and 8 within 2 miles buffer. Moving on, this slide here presents the conceptual site plan for the proposed development on the subject property. And the following slides shows the conceptual elevations for the proposed development. These for the gas pumps. And this slide here presents a summary of the proposed uses conformity to city codes and plans. You can see this site is in conformance with the future land use plan, with the thoroughfare plan, as well as the Unified Development Code. The property is already platted, and utilities are available to this development. This slide here shows how the proposed use meets the criteria for approval for conditional use permits. The request was reviewed by the Development Review Committee, and there was no major issues or objections made by the committee. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the request. That concludes the staff report.
Okay, I appreciate that. Moving item 2 on the agenda is the applicant here tonight. Please come up. You have the podium. Looks like a tag team. Be sure and give us your name and your address, and please speak clearly into the microphone because we're recording this. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Nahi Thoimonti, and I'm representing Penn Studio on behalf of our client, Mr. Adam Sadi. And our office address is 2550 Gray Falls Drive, Houston, Texas. And this project, La Petite Market, it got approved last year. And then after that, our client invested a lot of time for design development and interior design. And also, we didn't know that CUP expires after 1 year. So during all that time, when we are investing to developing the design and doing all that other stuff, the CUP unfortunately got expired. So therefore, we are here today, and we applied for a new CUP. And the scope also has changed a little bit. The building got smaller, and now the building complies with UDC better than before. And basically, the building has become better than last time, and we are hoping that everybody approve this building, and we can move on to the permitting process. As soon as you approve, then we can move on to the permitting process. Thank you.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. You might hang pretty close because we probably have some questions here pretty soon. With that information from the applicant, let's move into item number 3. Persons wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Councilmember Reed, would you?
Thank you, Mayor. We have one person that has submitted a request form, Ms. Dana Morrison. Thank you for being here tonight, Ms. Morrison. If you don't mind, first give your name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have about a minute left.
Yes, sir. I have brief comments. Dana Morrison, 3405 Fox Court. I'm opposed to CUP 0028 La Petite Market because businesses should be approved on a need-based basis. There are already 2 convenience stores and gas stations a little over half a mile from this proposed location on I-35, the Chevron and the Valero John Lizer Food Market with gas stations. There's also a CVS less than 1 mile further up the street. The proposed gas station on Pearland Parkway is better suited for 9 to 5 p.m. business to avoid traffic congestion, crime, litter, people, and lights throughout the night so close to these neighborhoods. The proposed convenience store would be embedded among several surrounding neighborhoods and across from a park. There is no need for a convenience store in this location. That location has the potential to congest traffic, causing accidents due to limited options for entering the proposed strip center from 2 lanes on Pearland Parkway or John Lizer, whereas the 2 convenience stores that are further up on I-35 and the CVS on 518 are on major thoroughfares. The only businesses that should be considered at that location should be 9 to 5 businesses that wouldn't draw as much traffic and that would not be lit up throughout the night and operating throughout the night. I read in their proposal that they do plan to turn the lights away from the neighborhoods, but it will still be lit up throughout the night. I drove by there on my way to come here, and it was a busy intersection already at 5 o'clock. I asked the Pearland police officers at National Night Out if they expect crime to increase should a gas station and convenience store go in that location. They cited the increased crime near HEB as an example. And if beer is to be sold at that convenience store all hours of the night, then that may create problems also. Our city is spending so much money to expand and beautify Independence Park, yet is considering to approve a gas station and a convenience store across the street from the park when there are neighbors surrounding there. If the convenience store is intended to be a place for park goers, kids would have to cross busy John Lizer, and would have to come all the way throughout the park because right there is in the beginning of the park is the trail, so they probably wouldn't be there. I live in River Mist. People already race through our neighborhood to avoid the traffic at John Lizer and Pearland Parkway. Building a convenience store on that corner would increase traffic, increase the number of people racing through our neighborhood. The quality of life in Pearland should be the #1 consideration of our city leaders. I understand the need for business and taxes and Pearland's progress, but if you must consider to build on every green space in Pearland, please consider 9 to 5 business in that location. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Morrison. That's the only request that I have tonight, but is there anybody else in the audience that's wishing to speak for or against this item? Go ahead and come up, sir. Have you filled out a form? So after you finish speaking, please get a form. Someone will hand you one. When you get to the mic, please state your name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you for coming tonight.
My name is Waleed Ruby. I live in 3213 Barrymore Drive in Pearland, which across the street from that gas station, the new business. And I have kids, and we moved to Pearland to enjoy not having live in Houston area and conjunction with businesses and enjoy the green space in here. So I did follow Mrs. Diana against building any business that increase traffic, and it could be in danger to my child and my family. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Staff will provide you with a copy of it that you can fill out.
Is there anybody else in the audience wishing to speak for or against this CUP? Once more, is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak for or against this CUP? I think that's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, moving then in our agenda, and I'm still using the same agenda you have. Item B is Planning Commission, Council, and Staff discussion.
Thank you, Mayor.
Chairman, item 1 is Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with Mary.
I'd like to know if they have done a study on how many of the trees that are on that property will have to be removed and what they're going to do about the mitigation.
They have submitted a tree mitigation plan, which I believe has been approved by the urban forester. But ultimately, any development that goes there will result in the removal of trees and the mitigation of those trees. So whether it's a gas station or a 9 to 5 office, any development of a building and parking lot will probably see the majority of those trees removed and mitigated through other measures.
Thank you. I also think this just may not be a very good place for another gas station.
Mr. Wigger. So I was opposed to this the first time we saw it. The whole reason for gasoline stations to go to a CUP was really to help limit them. I don't think City of Pearland needs to be the city of gas stations. Once the property becomes a gas station, it's highly unlikely that it will ever be redeveloped into anything else. So again, I'm opposed to it again this time. Daryl?
Yeah, I feel the same way as Thomas does. You know, that piece of property right there, it looks like that being that we're building a beautiful park right there, that there would be some other use that would tie more in with the park than a gas station. I was opposed to it to the first time it come up before us when we actually got a vote in, I I'm still opposed to it, so.
Laney?
Also opposed to it. I also talked to the urban forester, and it's 40 protected trees on that property. So it's a beautiful green space, and I hate to think of it being ruined for a gas station. And the park, we spent a lot of money fixing the park, and we talked about traffic, or Miss Diana talked about the traffic. And if we're going to have events in that park, which was the purpose of building an amphitheater in Independence Park, I believe, what's going to happen when we're having events there and there's traffic for that? It's not the right location for a gas station. And there isn't a need for one. And if you add up the numbers they just showed us, that it's 16 gas stations in a 2-mile radius. 16. That's a lot of gas stations in a 16-mile radius. And I'm also curious about the drive-through window. What was the drive-through window for?
We understand your concern about like general gas stations, but our client, he also manages few other gas station, and it's not like your regular gas station. It will be highly maintained. And about the trees, there is a lot of tree at this property, and we are saving as many as we can that doesn't fall on the concrete and falls on the green grass. And also we are mitigating, like there is 30 feet landscaping setback on both roads. So we are mitigating those trees as well. So there's going to be a lot of new trees planted to mitigate whatever the client will be taking out once this project is developed. And the drive-through window is basically hidden, and this drive-through window for the gas station is a new concept. Like gas stations usually doesn't have drive-through windows, but it is for the client. The customers who doesn't want to get off the car and wants to buy a drink or coffee, and they get that from the drive-through window. And it's hidden between the two buildings, and it cannot be seen from the John Lizer or Pearland Parkway.
Are they gonna, if they have alcohol, is the drive-through window?
No, just coffee and soft drinks.
Mainly the drive-through is going to be inserted high-class bakery and breakfast items, Great Harvest Bakery and Cafe. So the environment inside is going to be more cafe. That's why it takes me a little bit longer. So it's going to be kind of pastry, bakery, and bread and fresh bread, and it's not going to be just a typical gas station. That's why it took me a little bit longer, so make sure I get the right fit for the neighborhood in sense of what they need.
I had a couple comments and questions. We're kind of in a predicament, I see, because this was already approved once. I went back to the tape and watched the video of the comments that was made. In one of the comments, Mr. Perez told the applicant, "Are you sure you want to do this? Because if you come back after the change in the CUP process, you could have more leeway in the design." I was opposed to this then. I'm opposed to it now. I believe that what's presented to us could be better. If it's an accepted use, which everyone who has spoken to me about it has been opposed to the gas station at this corner. If it was an accepted use, I sure would like to see it integrated into the park system plan for that corner. I disagree with staff saying that this fits the character of the area because the detention, as it's described as a detention pond across the street, is part of a major plan for the city park. It's not going to be a detention pond, just a hole in the ground on the other side of the street. So I'd really like to see something, if this is going to be approved, something tied to this to tie into our trail system, to the bike and pedestrian traffic that this property will see, that the business will see. But I'm definitely opposed. Was last time, I still am. Any further comments from the commission? Mayor, that completes our comments.
That completes your report. Let's move then in our agenda to item number 2, which is city council comments and discussion. Councilman Carbone, you want to get it?
Yes, it's interesting because it was passed under the old way we did CUPs, and now it's coming back before us. And I guess I'm hearing from the commission that they're not in favor of it. After this was passed, council continued to get bombarded with emails opposing this. And in my mind, I thought it was done and passed, and we weren't going to see it again. So, yeah, I don't know that I can get behind this again with all the opposition and for a lot of the reasons that P&Z has already mentioned.
Any other comment by council at this point? This?
Pretty much everything's already been said, Mayor. Same thing. I mean, it's 2 gas stations right down the street.
Okay.
That was the purpose of.
No problem. Okay.
So I had also some other concerns maybe that weren't addressed yet. I immediately kind of just jumped to, I guess it's proximity to the park. This is a question maybe for staff and the police. I read an online article that said City of Houston they have a registry for all convenience stores. They have a task force, in fact, to fight crime with Houston Police Department, specifically for convenience stores. I also read another article with the National Association of Convenience Stores through GHRA, which is our Houston Retailer Association that works with a lot of convenience stores. It says that robbery offenses at convenience stores rose the most across several categories, and it continues to rise. Do we have any major issues with that in the city of Pearland? I mean, in this category specifically, as opposed to maybe some other categories?
I can run some numbers for you, but just offhand, convenience stores being targeted in Pearland, Pearland does not seem to be an issue. Sorry, I need something to drink. Water, of course. Okay. We do not have a task force just for convenience stores. But we do work very well with HPD, so if something like that's going on, we can definitely reach out to them.
Okay. Because I mean, I echo a lot of what has been said already with the park, especially being in such close proximity to the park. I've also heard that parks can sometimes invite unwanted visitors in nighttime and so forth, and I don't want to continue to add.
Absolutely, we've been working with the Parks Department as we develop our parks with Mr. Orlia, and I think we have meetings quite regularly, and we send him crime reports, and he sends us information back, so we're up to date on that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've heard nothing but opposition to this as well, so it would be, like I said, I mean, with such a grand park that is going to be eventually built in that area, I would hate to see something potentially threaten the area or make it, something where people wouldn't want to enjoy that amenity. If there was even maybe a notion that there could be a potential safety hazard there. So I've been looking really closely at this in convenience stores, gas stations, however you want to call them. I think that was another concern. I just wanted to see if we can get some information. But thank you for your input.
I voted in favor of this the first time, and I really haven't heard a compelling enough argument to change my mind. I don't really think that it's going to generate a lot more traffic. It's going to be local traffic that stops in there for coffee or gas. The way it's zoned already, a restaurant could go in there without going through the CUP process, and that would generate a lot more traffic, probably more offensive odors. So I'm not changing my mind. Or
Thanks, Mayor. I too received a lot of comments back on this, and I do feel bad for the applicant for putting money already into this property, and it sounds like it's going to be a no vote on this, but I'm very torn on this, but I would be more in favor of this than not, so I'll probably be a yes vote on this.
Yeah, I voted no the first time. But the thing about it, what I'm seeing is the traffic, and it says site plan is for reference only, so it's not cast in concrete or anything. There's an entrance off of John Leiser, which would be a right turn in and a right turn out, and that's awfully close to the traffic signal down there, which would have people that are going down further down to take a right turn on Pearland Parkway, and then you got people coming the other way. It's going to take a left turn. The gas station looks like it's in the first phase, and then the other part down there is in the second phase of it, and there's an entrance there, I guess, on a right turn in and a right turn out. But I just think it's going to be a lot of congestion. Everybody's not going to go by the rules. They're going to go from Magnolia to John Leiser and stop and put their signal on to make a left turn into the facilities, because that's probably the only one they're going to have. And so I can see where some of the congestion was, but like some of the other council members, I've received, some people that were totally against this. Years ago, this came up on this property to do a wedding facility, and I think Kevin sitting out there was on council when we first looked at it and trying to do that. And that was, at that time, it was a consideration of being close to the back part of the property in the floodplain, but the thing of generating traffic. But my biggest problem on this is the right turn in, and if people really want to get in there, they'd come across Pearland Parkway there and from Magnolia and stop there to make a turn in if they got a left turn in. And I don't see the other turn on Pearland Parkway being put into some of this others developed up here for the proposal of that up there. And the only other question I have on a convenience store, what is a drive-through? I mean, I don't know what the drive-through would be for unless I don't know if you're going to sell stuff to eat and people just drive through and get a cup of coffee or what. Yeah.
The drive-through really is for the bakery side. Okay. It's the idea, the concept I have in my head, and I'm building one in the Heights area. It's make it like not a typical gas station. Again, as I said before, the environment. If you go look at the elevation from outside, you will see that even I made sure I spent the investment money with the designer company to make it more green, even on the building, the wall, the floor, everything. So we're going to have a full service bakery, okay, 100%. Which we will serve kind high-class breakfast items, okay, and also pastries. So it's not just like the drive-through, like any typical drive-through will be. So people, I understand the position about the gas station, the image we do have, and we see typical gas station how they are not being maintained good or bringing different type of clientele. I'm from this neighborhood. I live in this neighborhood. I have a business, as I said before, last year. I built one on the Scarsdale Boulevard, like with a TCPY and bakery. And the concept I have is not just a typical gas station. It's a concept which will meet the quality of the neighborhood in the Pearland. And that's why I spend a lot of time and money without being aware that there is an expiration date on my previous approval.
Okay, so you said that there is no wine or beer going to be sold in your facility.
No, there is going to be a wine. It's the same like any place you go to. When you go to the Mud Pizza, you will see people sit down, families sit down, and the parents get draft beer, and the kids play in the background, and they eat the pizza. Mm-hmm. So we were going to have some kind of focusing not on a beer, which certain type of alcohol, imported type of organic. More. My idea is to make it like whole food in a small size, which focusing on organic products and drinks and healthy food.
So if on a drive-through, you wouldn't sell any beer or wine through your drive-through?
No, no, no.
Yeah, because you couldn't check IDs and stuff, okay.
No, the drive-through, okay, this is the elevation. As you see, we made sure that we have some green on the front even to make it looks more green. We're gonna have a lot of trees around the building, but if you don't mind, go to the site plan. Okay, so last year, the drive-through was right here.
Yeah.
So when I was talking to the designer on the last thing, he said it's not good to have it in front of the John Lizard, the drive-through. So his idea was to have it all the way in the back for more convenience instead of making congestion from people to come from here. That's why we moved the drive-through to the other side, comparing with the last year.
All right, and that
That's going to be 4,500 square foot. It's a way big size to be for a convenience store, for gas station. Gas station could be around 3,000 square foot. But the 4,500 is because half of it is going to be more friendly seating, couch, wood floor, things like that.
All right, so the other part up there, further down Pearland Parkway, that's what, phase 2?
This one is going to be, I'm going to have I'm an Allstate office too. I'm going to have my Allstate office over there.
Okay. Are you going to go ahead and build the entrance there?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you going to go ahead and build the entrance on Pearland Parkway there?
This one here, yeah.
Yeah.
And I might have also my right turn if I need to.
Yeah. Yeah, my biggest concern is the traffic through there, on there, and so that's my big concern.
If you allow me to explain about your concern for people taking left from John Lizer, we have spoken to your engineering department, and there are many ways to solve that so that people cannot make a left turn from John Lizer. One option can be there can be an island and median so that people can only make a right turn and they also have to get out right. So right in, right out. And also, we have spoken with Mr. Ryan McKinnis, and he suggested to do a TIA. So our client is also willing to do that to solve, to find out if there will be any traffic issues and to solve that accordingly.
Okay.
Can staff, it looks like on one of these, behind it, kind of on John Lizer Road, it says to future element, and then it's kind of cut off. Is that elementary school? It's the Exhibit 1, the zoning and aerial map. See that kind of polka dotted R2. Is that a future school? Is that what that is?
Right. What's that?
I'm just because I can't, obviously it's cut off, so I'm just trying to.
So looking at the map, it looks like that may have been an artifact from a previous map. I don't see where that's popping up. I've got it pulled up on the aerial right now.
Yeah, because I couldn't find anything. Yeah, I just don't know why it says that. I guess the thinking is I couldn't confirm it one way or another, but if there's a school there, then I see. Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking, even with that not in the picture, the traffic issue. Yeah, if we go back to where we were earlier, that slide. I mean, I've seen some of these drive-throughs that it looks like you're entering directly off of John Lizer, and I've seen some of those drive-throughs just back up, and I just foresee cars potentially lining up on John Lizer trying to pull in there in the line. I mean, there's really.
Maybe that was a Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, happens exactly. So yeah, I kind of entered my mind now that we're talking about the traffic issue. It does look like it has the potential maybe to even back cars up onto the road if it really is, a popular morning destination, which I think could be an issue. It doesn't show that there's direction to move the cars otherwise if they're coming off of John Lizer. I don't know that there'd be any other way to move them or configure them otherwise.
I just want to point out that the entrances are at the end of the property, so it's as far as we can back off from the intersection, and so they're allowed entrances no matter what the businesses are, whether it's this gas station or any other use. And the zoning is general business, so there's a wide variety of uses allowed to build here by right. That's where those entrances have to be, because they have to be a certain distance away. Secondly, with regard to drive-throughs, Chick-fil-A could go there by right. If this falls through tomorrow, Chick-fil-A can come in and file and put there, and there's still room for another building. So there's going to be development here. There's going to be potentially drive-throughs here. What this allows you to do is decide, it's really about the gas station. Do you want a gas station or not? Because the site's going to have traffic, right, no matter what the development's going to be. There's going to be development here. There's going to be a use. It could potentially be much heavier use. So is the fact that a gas station is going to be here, you have the right to the CUP process to tie it to a site plan to set conditions such as facade or additional barrier, landscaping, et cetera. You're not going to have those on other uses. Other uses are just going to come in and build by right. An office building is not going to build and design with what the park is, right? Chick-fil-A or McDonald's or Jack in the Box is not going to say there's a park across the street, so we need to design our building to fit into that park. The CUP process is an opportunity to give you some leverage over that design.
I just have one quick question. Is Pearland Parkway considered the same type of roadway, and I say like collector, minor, major, as County Road 1128?
I'm unfamiliar with County Road 1128. Does it have a different name?
Manville Highway.
Yes, I believe that's still a primary thoroughfare.
So these two roads are exactly the same as far as noting them on the books?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question or comment from council? You know, as I think the stations are beginning to exceed the number of Mexican food and Chick-fil-A's we have in town now, but the staff has they've not violated any of the requirements that staff requires, and so it sets in an area that has been vacant for a number of years, and it may stimulate some discussion about more development along that area. But I guess my concern was that the staff does not have objections to any of the requirements and that are required by UDC. Any further comment? I'm sorry.
I do have a question. If we want to give the applicant a chance to work with staff to somehow integrate it to into the park plan, because I hear what you're saying is there can be a lot that can be built there by right, and we wouldn't have a say-so at all. Does it procedurally, if it fails tonight, would it be better to fail or to table to give the applicant a chance to work with staff to see if they can more integrate it with the park?
Because of the change in the CUP process, either way, you're going to come back for another hearing. So if you postpone it tonight until they've had a chance, I don't know if it would happen within 2 weeks, so pretending that it's a month. It would be a month if you have another CUP application. So from that perspective, it wouldn't make a difference. I would imagine that you would want the new site plan to come forward so that the public who's come out tonight and spoken against it would have an opportunity to speak out against the new site plan as well, because you want to make sure that you're addressing the comments that were heard. So from that perspective, from a public input perspective, it would be better to force them to come back with a new application to make sure that everything is there. That would be the biggest difference, I think, that I could see versus if you just postponed it to 2 weeks and then you took action on it, then you wouldn't have another publication and you wouldn't have a meeting. Of course, the flip side of that is you're forcing the developer to pay the expenses of another publication. And
Okay.
but if it means that they get the project forward by working with staff, they might be okay with that. We don't know if that's going to happen yet, though. So.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, could I ask P&Z, does your opinion change if this ties in somehow better to the park? Santa says yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Santa says yes. I could be sold on it. I just see this being, you go to that corner, you're going to the park. The park's going to be a big part of Pearland. Everybody's going to be coming down that street to that. Agree. McDonald's could come build in there. So could Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A does a good job at looking around and planning good things. I could be sold on it. I had one question for staff. What's the requirement for signage on the property? 1 or 2 sides to announce the CUP?
Both sides.
Both sides? Okay, there's only one sign on the property, and it's on the west side. There's no sign on the south side of the property.
We'll check on that.
Did you get an answer?
Staff said there's supposed to be signs on 2 sides. On the way here, I noticed there was only a sign on the west side of the property. Anybody have anything else?
So let me interject. So if there's supposed to be 2 signs, why couldn't the property owner just put 1 sign on the corner, which covers both sides technically?
That's your UDC rule.
He could have, but there's only 1 sign on the property. It's on the west side.
And it doesn't.
Put it on the corner. But
Doesn't make any sense.
I'm just saying, for the record, there's only 1 sign on the property on the west side, so it doesn't meet the UDC for the meeting. And add that sign's been up there for a year. It was not removed after the original application.
Any other comments? Haven't heard much. How about staff report? Staff wrap-up comments. Any wrap-up comments that addressing some of these issues that of concern or positive?
I think we've heard from both sides, both for and against, and I think it's in y'all's hands.
I know the staff has not found an issue with any of the
That is
rules, but
That is correct, because this is kind of a reapproval. This is a request for reapproval of something that the city council has already approved. We saw all the minor modifications. We thought it was better design in terms of how they manipulated the drive-through. Again, it's what is before you tonight is just a gas station. The convenience store can be built by right. Both buildings can be built by right. What is before you tonight is just the 5 fueling, the 10 fuel pumps or 5 stations. That is what's driving the whole CUP tonight.
And I would just say, Council, that it's a staff recommendation is not saying that we think this is the best use for the land. It's simply that they meet the requirements for the CUP, and therefore there's nothing that we object to based on the criteria set forth by the UDC.
And just to add, the site has a unique configuration to it because we have designated both this portion of John Lizer and Pearland Parkway as corridor overlay district roadways. So you are guaranteeing a higher facade elements, the better landscaping that will be installed, the higher number of trees and inches of trees, the greater width that those trees get to live in. So, we have some automatic controls built into the design elements that, this site is fortunate enough to have.
I would just add if City Council would be amenable for them in terms of maybe changing the location of the gas station to the north side as opposed to being at the corner, if that would make it maybe a little bit farther away from the city park.
Any other questions or comments by council?
Well, the only thing you have on the site plan, it just says for reference only, so there's nothing per se concrete on this at all. Yeah, it's just a reference. So it could be anything, I guess, yeah.
But yes, you, correct, we did not tie the site plan to it, but that is an amendment you could make. The site plan, the renderings, et cetera, those are conditions that could be applied. As Councilmember Carbone stated, you could table the motion until such time as the applicant has an opportunity to amend the site. And with a table, I believe it would be the same application, and therefore they could come back to you and present that to you for final action.
Yeah, and I guess we hadn't even made a motion, but do we even need to make the motion or just give staff direction?
You can do that next, when we get on to the next item.
There's an agenda item, and depending on, so we're still in the, I don't remember the number of it, but council, P&Z, and staff wrap up. So at the closing of the discussion, there'll be a motion, and based on what happens with that motion or failure to make a motion or failure to get a second, I suppose, we'll know further how council prefers to proceed.
That was a horrible answer from legal.
I apologize.
So we're going to make a motion, second it, then I'm going to have to make a motion to table and vote on it. Is that the
Yes, sir.
cleanest way? Okay.
Well, you could just start with a motion to table.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Going to make that when you get to item C.
Yes, sir. I make a motion to table CUP 18-00028.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And I think that's a majority in it. The motion, repeat the motion for clarity.
Table. It was to table the
You
motion.
get, Mr. Seth?
Lawrence.
I heard a motion to table. I guess the question is, depending on what your intent is, if you want to give the opportunity for staff to come back, we still need to have a date certain. Otherwise, it can die. So if you say
It's got to have
what our
reason
next
to come
joint
back.
special meeting date is, and I'm sure that somebody in the planning staff can pull up a calendar real quick and let us know. But I imagine that it's going to be the
We've done in the past postpone until the next meeting.
postpone until the next meeting would be when that could happen, I think, if that's what your intent is.
So moved.
Second.
Who did the second?
What is the motion?
All right, I make a motion to postpone.
There's already a motion.
Yeah.
Till the next joint special
We
meeting.
haven't cleared, yes.
It's already on the floor. But we're all over the place, Lawrence.
Who did the second?
But the thing about it, what are you coming back with? The same thing that you got here in front of you right now, next 2 weeks from now? Got to be some clarification. I mean,
And this is why we have a consideration or a discussion about the motion to table or the postpone. It's to clarify what our intent is and to find some resolution. So there is a motion and a second for the table, and there's also a motion and a second for the postpone until the next meeting. I would turn to my mentor and ask him for some clarification on it because he's still in the room.
I've been patiently waiting. All right. I think for clarity, the two motions that are currently pending are essentially the same motion. So I think what I would recommend is that if there's a motion and a second right now to postpone until the next joint special meeting, then if that's what the motion is, then the council needs to, and it's seconded, then they'll need to vote on that.
We do have a motion second on the floor, Mr. Secretary.
Councilmember Carbone?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye, I guess. Sure.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Little? Aye. Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Owens?
No.
Motion passed 5-1.
Moving in our agenda to special meeting number 5. Mr. Chairman of the Planning Commission, would you present this for our consideration?
Good.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, meeting number 5, conditional use permit application number CUP 18-00030. This is a request of Michael Hoffman, applicant on behalf of New Broadway LTD, owner, for approval of a conditional use permit to allow for auto repair minor on a 0.91 acre lot located within the Pearland Town Center Planned Unit Development District. This is at 3000 Kirby Drive.
Good. Okay, that information is in the record. Let's move to item A, which is application information and case summary. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request for approval of a conditional use permit to allow an auto repair minor on approximately 1 acre lot located within the Pearland Town Center Planned Unit Development. The purpose of this request is to develop 6,116 square foot auto repair facility for minor repairs such as parts replacement, oil change, brake service, and other such normal servicing. Staff has not received any correspondence in favor or against this request. Subject property is located at 3000 Kirby Drive on the west side of Kirby Drive, immediately north of Fire Station number 5. And the property is bounded by an undeveloped lot and a department store to the north, Pearland Town Center to the east, detention pond to the west, and a Fire Station 5 on the south side. Subject property is designated as public, semi-public on the city's future land use plan. This category designates areas for public and semi-public uses such as the schools, government buildings, and cemeteries. This slide on the screen presents the conceptual site plan for the proposed development on the property. As you can see, it's approximately 6,000 square foot building with surface parking and access to Kirby Drive through a mutual access driveway through the property to the north. This slide here present the conceptual elevations for proposed development. This slide here presents how the proposed use conforms to the city codes and plans, and you can see it is inconsistent with the future land use plan. However, there's similar commercial development located within the same designation area. The proposed use is consistent with the thoroughfare plan, as well as the Unified Development Code. Property is currently platted, and the subject site has access to city utilities. This slide here shows how the proposed use meets the criteria for approval of conditional use permits, and the request was reviewed by the Development Review Committee. Staff recommends the following, recommends approval of the request with the following conditions. Condition number 1, an access and a construction easement agreement shall be executed with the adjacent property to the north in order to allow the construction and access to the off-site travel lane. Second condition is to require hedgerow, shrubs, planted at 3 foot on center, on ornamental trees planted at 20 foot on center be provided along the rear of the property to screen it from the fire station. With that, I'll conclude my staff report. And back to you, Mayor. That concludes the staff report.
That completes it, okay. Moving to item number 2, is the applicant here, attending here tonight? Please, you got the podium and give us your name, address, and tell us your story. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Seth Lane on behalf of the applicant, 241 Atlantic Boulevard, Jacksonville, Florida. I'm not from Pearland, but I like it here. I appreciate the staff's comments. I don't have any additional comments. We are happy to accommodate the 2 conditions of approval. I do believe I was on the site earlier today and I took a few photos, which I can submit for the record, that there are some shrubs that have been planted along the southern edge of the property that provide a screening to the fire station to the south. If additional landscaping is needed in that area, we would look to staff to direct us to specifically what that would be. Happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. You might have said pretty close, sir, so you won't have to walk so far. You have questions. Moving to item number 3, person wishing to speak for or against the proposed request. Councilmember Reed.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any persons in the audience wishing to speak for or against this CUP request? Once more, are there any persons in the audience that wish to speak for or against this CUP request? Looks like there's no one today, Mayor.
There are no requests. Okay, moving in our agenda to item B, Planning Commission, City Council, and staff discussion. Item 1 is Planning and Zoning Commission, Mr. Chairman.
Mary? Similar properties right across the street. No further comments, Mayor.
That completes your comments. Okay. Let's move to item number 2. Would be City Council comments. Any comments from City Council?
Yeah, I do, Mayor. There's not just one property. There's 5 other properties within. You can spit to the next one. I mean, there's Goodyear right across the street. Then when you go back on Broadway, there's some new place that just opened up on the corner of Broadway, I think, and it's Kirby, close to that corner. There's Quick Car that is right there across the street from the Shell gas station. And then in the Shell gas station parking lot, there's another place that does auto repair. I mean, I don't know what this one's going to be, but this council denied 2 storage facilities that were in the same situation. They both came to us at the same time. But we're going to be across the street from each other. But Goodyear is right here in this parking lot, directly across the street. If you look where it says HUD, it's right down the street, right across the street in that parking lot. And when you go up to the top on Broadway, that corner, the top left-hand corner, keep going down a little bit, down and over to the left. Right there, that's another auto drive or some other stuff. And then right across the street from that is Quick Car. Then back over to the if you come back over to the top again, kind of top middle. You can't see it on this map, but there's some like funky looking lube place. And so, this would be number 5 or 6 in the area in general.
That completes your comments.
Please mind, Mayor. Thank you.
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
No, Mayor.
More Bowens?
I don't think I have any comment right now.
Okay. Staff, let's move to item 3 then. Did I understand your comment?
Well, I just wondered what council member said down there. Is that anything that we can pull up within the range like we did previously on the gas station of number within a 2 or 3 mile radius?
I've actually got them pulled up on my phone. Goodyear Auto is across the street, across Kirby. Driver's Auto Repair is the one that is just to the west of the Aldi development. And then Quick Car and the car wash are on the opposite side, the north side of Broadway. So this would be the fourth one, if I can trust Google.
That's probably within a mile radius too, isn't it?
Easily within.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
It does seem like it's a little in excess for that area.
Yeah, but is that where we're headed, is controlling competition? I mean, that's a slippery
I didn't
slope.
say that. I just said it does seem like it's a little in excess. But if you look at the businesses that are there, the only competition really is Goodyear. The other ones aren't really competition with Firestone because Firestone does more than just oil changes. The only competition really is Goodyear.
And I don't know that we're trying to stop or limit competition. Instead, I mean, kind of like the last one, and even liquor stores that come up. You know, we the goal for that whole CUP and for our initiation of having gas stations come back to us were to make it to where we don't have a street full of the same thing. You know, same thing with liquor stores. I mean, you know, the public has come to us constantly saying, "Hey, look, you know, y'all are putting liquor stores right across the street from each other, right down the street from each other, and not taking into consideration what's already around there." So, I mean, if it was 1, 2, if this was number, maybe even 3, it'd be okay, cool. This is number 5 though, and so, you know, I'm not really sure what difference this Firestone is going to make than anything else that's over there. Maybe Firestone has a better name, but you know, everybody changes tires over there. Everybody sells tires over there. You know, Quick Lube, the only difference in that is they have a car wash. But you know, as far as competition, I mean, I think we kind of took care of that when we, you know, initiated the gas station deal and even this deal to a certain extent. Not necessarily competition, but we're saying that, you know, hey, look, we want to spread these things out. Liquor store, same thing.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions from council?
I know on the site it says Firestone, but what is this CRAS Auto Repair? What is that? Yeah. I don't know what that is. I know on the rendering you have, it says Firestone, but something else on the plan.
Could you specifically show me what you're referring to so I can answer your question, please?
Yeah, on Exhibit 2, it says CRAS Auto Repair. I don't know what that is. Does that stand for something, or I don't?
It doesn't mean anything to me.
Doesn't mean anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Don't know where.
Is it a Firestone or is it?
Yes, it is a Firestone Complete Auto Care Center. The vast majority of their business is tire replacement and repair. They do offer some ancillary services like oil changes, but it's a minor part of their business. They don't offer car wash. It's mainly tires.
CRAS was how the application came in. That's where the title for this particular agenda came from.
And you don't know what CRAS is?
I would have to ask my engineer. That must have been a typo. So.
Firestone?
It is planned to be a Firestone, which is a division of Bridgestone, which is why you also see that on the facade rendering.
That may stand for Complete Auto Repair Service Station. Just taking a whack at.
Okay. Any other comment from council? Okay, staff wrap up.
No, Mayor. No comments.
You've wrapped up, huh? Moving then into item C, which is City Council new business. Councilmember Carbone, would you present this for our consideration?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration of possible action. Resolution CUP 18-00030. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Secretary, I think we got a motion second on the floor.
Councilmember Carbone?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Little?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Owens?
I'll vote with Councilmember Reed. No.
Motion passed 4-2.
Moving in our agenda to item number 5 on the last page, a series of public hearings. Item 5 said that I can adjourn this series of special hearings. And thank everyone for the input and attention that we've given this particular series of citizens who have projects they want to put in place. So with adjournment, we are adjourned at 8:20.